Drown out the noise. Listen to the sound of my voice. And just take a second to refuel. 'Cause when you stop worrying about other people, life is kinda peaceful. So come, go through the motions with me. I want you to breathe in and hold it for free. Breathe in.
in the mix. In the mix. Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
Put some respect when you mention my name.
in the mix.
Put some respect when you mention my name.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon, doctors. A very good afternoon. We will be kicking off this luncheon in the next 5 minutes. We will kick off the luncheon in the next 5 minutes. So I'll allow 5 minutes for you to wrap up the pleasantries, for you to wrap up the catch up, and then we officially kick off your luncheon. Karibuni sana. Band, 5 minutes, and then we'll be good to go. Kindly. 5 minutes, yes.
Cypherly in the mix. Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypherly in the mix.
Put some respect
sana sana. Let's appreciate the band, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana, and welcome to Kempinski. This is a place for Luos and above. You are either a Luo or above. My name is Captain Otoyo. I am a trained media personality. I'm an entertainer. I ply my trade on entertainment. You might have watched me starting way back on Papa Shirandula with Jalas and Otosh and Wilbroda and Papa Naliaka and Joro, all that lot, yeah? You must have watched me do one of the best TV commercials back in the day. Usiseme masiwa, sema ngombe. You remember that advert? Yes, tissue ni Hanan. You remember those? Yes, and now you can watch me on Churchill Show every Saturday. It used to be every Sunday, but when we went for the break, came back and found that our slot had been taken over by a different program. But soon we'll go back to Sundays for Churchill Show. So that's whom I am. I believe you might have interacted with me some 10, 15 or so years ago, right? And I think I've done well for myself. Nimejaribu ku maintain kasura. When I'm with my peers, they can't believe that I am my age. But having met you, I can't believe that you are your age. Tomorrow, on 29th of September 2024, I turn 46. I was born on the day that you guys were graduating. So I am supposed to call everyone in here mommy or daddy. Kama ni kule Mombasani, kila mmoja wenyu hapa nafaa kumpatia shikamo, au sio? So wakubwa zangu shikamo. Wadogo habari yenu. I've never thought 50 looks like this. I go to the village. I go to the village a lot. Last year, Christmas, I went home and I had a lot of time on my hands. I met an old guy. He was there, he was seated, and he's staring at me. He's not moving his eyes, just staring at me. Mpaka nika feel guilty, nikaenda kumsalimia. You know how you taught us. Salamu lazima mkono mmoja ikuwe chini, hiyo nyingine juu. Nikamsalimia na heshima, kaniambia, Otoyo unikumbuki. Namwangalia ukweli, simkumbuki. And I do a lot of shows. I am emceeing an event almost every day. So I may not remember everyone. I'm like, sorry, I meet a lot of people. Naweza kuwa nimekusahau, nikumbushe tu. He's an old man. Otoyo, seriously, unikumbuki? Just remind me. Instead of me pretending, nakukumbuka, just remind me. Unanisahau. Classmate wangu anafanana na Professor Rogo. Classmate. Yani mpaka. So I think I've done well for myself. You guys, the things you taught us have never left. You are the people who used to speak with your eyes, not with the mouth. Mtu anafanya makosa hapa, unagongwa na jicho la hapa kando. Unajua hiyo ni makosa bila kuambiwa. Especially when visitors are there. And that's the time we get excited and we are doing funny things. And your mother moves the eyes from the visitor to you without moving her head. Unaona, see, you are here. Her eye moves mpaka hapa. You're just wishing that the visitors don't leave. Because what will happen to you after the visitors leave? Only two people know, her and God. I am so happy to to be in the midst of ancestors. You people, you are not old. You are ancestors. Jikubalini kabisa, kubali. Now, someone like Dr. Ernestine, is that, the name has refused to be absorbed in my mouth forever. Dr. Ernestine. Silverstein. Hang on. Silverstein. Sasa Dr. Silverstein, unataka kuniambia he is old? No, he is an ancestor. He is from, he knows Vasco da Gama personally. He did not read about him. They stayed together. So nice to see you. So nice to see everyone in here. Karibuni sana. This is a place where most of us are found here. People from Central, I know you are shocked to be here. You're wondering, you've looked at the menu and you can't believe someone can come to a place and spend all that money and in the evening they will eat again. We do it comfortably as a community. That's why I was telling you it's a place for Luos. Yeah, when Obama was here, where did he spend? Kempinski, yeah. So you are lucky. Thank God you're celebrating 50 years. You would never have come here. Doctors, karibuni sana. This feels so good. If you're in here and there's someone, a fellow doctor from the class of 1978 that you have not seen for more than 20 years, you're seeing them for the first time today, in 20 years' time. Clap once. 20 years. Munaona na leo. Is there someone who's not seen someone for longer than that? We have someone who's not seen the other since 78. You've not seen someone for over 30 years. Clap twice. For over 30 years. You left them bachelors. They've come here with Wajuku. They've brought their grandchildren. Wow. Everyone from the class of 78, please be upstanding on your table. Only the people from the class of 78, please be upstanding on your tables. The students, the class of 78. Let's keep that round of applause going. Let's make it louder. Wow, look at them. None of them is struggling to stand. Dr. Richard looks like he has just joined. Asanteni sana. Kindly take your seats. The teachers, the lecturers who made this happen, and you are in our midst, please rise up. Let's see you if they made to come. Oh my God. Oh my God. Professor Ongeri taught you. Professor Sam Ongeri taught you. Oh my God. A warm round of applause, please. Wow. Please take your seats. Look at what you produced. Brilliant people. Now they are professors. You left them with just their undergraduate degree. Undergraduate degree. So nice. I've thought that actually Professor Ongeri went to the university to do something political, politics science, because I've known him in service, in public service, as a political class all my life. Kumbe unaweza ukadunga mtu shindano. Allow me to ask one question before we get started. Doctors, For real. Shindano haiwezi kapita juu ya nguo. Ni nini? Ama mnataka kuona nini kwa watu? What is this that you want? Mpaka mtu atoe akifikisha hapa kidogo chini. No, kidogo chini. The needle can't just penetrate the jeans. You are happy to see it. The nyash. For those of you who've never been to Kempinski before, this is a non-smoking zone. So anyone who would like to smoke, you must have seen a fire brigade machine down there. Enda vutia sigara yako karibu na wazima moto. Ikikuchoma, umwagiwe maji kwa urahisi. Wanted to say the organizers of this event wasted money on one place. They've brought the Red Cross to be on standby. For who and your doctors? Yeah? For who? This is a place where I don't tell people in case you fall. No. Please. Those of you who are not doctors and you are in here, clap once. Feel free to fall sick. You are in the midst of doctors. Hata ukiona we are almost ending the event and nothing has happened to you, jiangushe. You'll never see such kind of attention. 50 doctors, a professor here, a doctor. You know, okay, if you're a doctor times 2, clap once. You see? Doctor. A doctor here, a professor here. Feel free to fall sick. Usiogope. Uko mahali pazuri. Hata usichague chakula. Kula anything. Ukisikia umerudi, unasikia tu umefanya unasikia daktari ameshakwambia tayari hiyo ni amoeba. They know it, they can feel it. In the unlikely event of fire, please panic. It is fire. Panic. Mtu asikwambie don't panic. It is fire. Panic. Panic and run. But don't just run. Look at how you run. So all these are emergency exits and they're clearly marked exits. But don't just run to the exit. Look at who you are following. We have some people here who have money. Money. Pesa inaitika inasema, we live here. Like Professor Samongeri. Like Professor Rogo. Like Professor Adam. They have money. So they came here 2 days early to do a recce of the place. They know how to get out of here through the tunnel na watokee parliament ndani. They've worked it out. So that is the person to follow because he knows where he is going. But sasa ukifuata mtu kama huyu, patient, mwenyewe shida zimemsumbua kwa hii dunia. Ako na Fuliza, ako na Tala, ako na Branch, ako na Mshwari. Mpaka anaomba Mungu hiyo moto immalize tu aondoke shida ya dunia. So in the unlikely event of fire, we have emergency exits behind all of you. Washrooms, the gents are on my left. I think from where you're seated, it could be on your right. And the ladies is on this extreme, and on my right, it could be on your left. Gents is clearly marked gents. It has a Masai man kwa mlango amechorwa, amesimama hivi. And the ladies is clearly marked ladies. It has a lady amechorwa kwa mlango, amekaa hivi. Yeah, so you may not mistake. You know, sometimes you may be in a hurry, especially men. When a man feels like it's time to go to the washroom, it's time to go to the washroom. Inakuwa imefika, amekazwa, anaisikia. So unaweza ukatoka mbio. hata uangalie mlango yenye umetoka nayo, bora tu uende kwa choo, so unakuta umesi. Gentlemen, have you ever been in that hurry, ukakosea mlango ukaingia kwa ladies washrooms? Ushaona ile nduru wa mama wanapiga kwa washroom yao, unaweza ukafikiri umeua mtu. Hey! Why? Look at where you're going. Why are you just pushing? Can't you see? Are you blind? Ladies, have you ever missed your washrooms? Ukaingia kwa washroom ya wanaume kwa bahati mbaya. Umeshaona vile tunakupokea na furaha? We are happy to see you. We don't even stop what we are doing. Hey, karibu. Get in. I think we are good to go. It's a decent sitting. It's your luncheon. We'll ensure that it's short, nice, and sweet. 2 hours maximum should get us out of here so that we can go back to our shugulis. Before that, before I invite you to lunch, allow me to invite one of the committee members who put this together, one of you, one of the class of 78, to do a proper, no, before he comes, we'll have a word of prayer to officially kick us off, and then I'll invite him to come and do proper introductory remarks, and then invite you for lunch. Lunch should take us an hour maximum. We are a small team, and the serving points are enough. So an hour should be good, and then we do the business of the day. Are you happy? So far, it's so good. Asanteni sana, karibu. To do an opening prayers for us is Professor Adam Muhammad. Kindly appreciate him as he walks to the stage. When did you last see Professor? Miaka 20? 30? 40? We, mulimwacha kama ako na nywele nyeusi. Akiwa na afro. Professor.
Thank you. Well, although I was told to give the prayers, but actually it's mixed. It's Thanksgiving and also a prayer at the same time. Because our colleagues who chose Kempinski, actually they have chosen the right place because it's facing Chiromo, just across the road here. And you remember those days, 73 in August, cold morning, I was climbing the Chiromo Forest and Chiromo Hill towards the anatomy department, where we met the doyen of anatomy, Professor Mungai. And then also now we thank the Almighty for keeping us all alive so many years, almost approaching 50 of practice, minus the other ones before we entered the medical school. And all these years, we've been blessed with life. We are about to enjoy one of the most sumptuous lunch in this hotel. And we're still alive and we can enjoy a meal. Our colleagues who passed away actually are very few. So most of us were thanking the Almighty for giving us all this and all these joys and a long life up to today that we can celebrate. Now it reminds me to see my old teachers, Professor Ongeri, Professor Thairu, and I remember when he was asking me in the oral of physiology what is Horner syndrome. But I mumbled, but he still gave me a distinction. Then, of course, there was Professor Tula Bauri, with his lymphocytes of different kind. Professor Ulesh, Professor Mulimba, he's not only a teacher, but he was treating my mother for many times. And then, of course, Francis Onyango, professor, teaching us about measles, and measles was everything in pediatrics. I won't mention all the others because there's so many, Professor Lumba, Wafula, Adwoch, and the others. But so you can see the Almighty has been very, very grateful. And no less to me also, because I returned to the same medical school and same department to become professor of medicine, where the giant of medicine, Hilary Ojambo, the late Hilary Ojambo, used to be a professor of medicine for many years, and I also went into the same department, same position, and Alhamdulillah, I taught so many medical students, hundreds and hundreds of medical students, and some of them are your children and your daughters of my classmates. I was teaching them. Not only that, I'm also a world authority in vertiginous dizziness, world authority. And I presented in World Congress of Neurology so many times on the same topic. Now we start our prayer. All praises be to Almighty Allah, Lord of the universe, most gracious, most merciful, Lord of the day of resurrection. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those who have earned your favor, not of those who earned your anger, not of those who have gone astray. Amen. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Professor Adam one more time. Asante sana. Wasn't that beautiful? Asante. And now, to make official introductory remarks, welcoming you to your event, is Professor Rogo. Let's appreciate Professor Rogo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. This is not a funeral. Good afternoon. My name is Kama Rogo. I'm a proud member of the class of 78. The best class the University of Nairobi ever produced. The best class East Africa has produced. The best class Africa has produced. And the best class in the world. I say so because facts speak loud. If I started introducing each one of us, you will find that each one of us is a respected authority in something in the globe. Neurology, Adam has told you, and I will not even touch that. But on behalf of my class, our first thank you is to our teachers. You made us what we are. And we are real people. Our second class is to our families. Those who have suffered with us over those years. The privilege that my class has given me is not a new one, because I've been a class lead for the last 50 years. And if there is a sense from anybody in any country that their president has lasted long, remind him that I've lasted longer. So in true African spirit, you don't retire, you don't give up. But today, after the luncheon, I will do a Mandela moment with my class and get them to get another person to lead them. The class that invites you here is a very unique class. We are unique because of the time of our birth. Most of us were born in the early 1950s. And for history of Kenya, you'd know that was the disturbed time during the Mau Mau movement and everything else. We stand distinctly because in our birth and our going to school, we were sandwiched between two political regimes. We were born in the colonial times. We went to school when Kenya had gotten its independence. Our early days of school, you were not allowed to speak English until you were in standard 3 or standard 4. They taught you in your mother tongue. We are the class that graduated through 2 national anthems. We started with the British anthem and the Union Jack. And for those of you who are as old as me or older, you will remember God bless our Queen. Long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen. But I want you to remember the last stanza of that anthem. Can anybody remember that? Long may she reign over us. God save the Queen. And indeed, she reigned long. Because all these Africans were praying for her to live long. So come independence, that is now when we were in early primary school. Many of us didn't go to school in Nairobi. We were out there in the rural areas. And you'll be able to sample some of that in the 50 Years of Healing, the book that we'll be presenting to our teachers later today. Because we've written, each one of us, our history, and it is captured in that book on where we started and why we are here. But there's something extremely interesting for us. Because not only were we sandwiched between that national anthem and ours, because in '63 we changed immediately to which one? Oh God. Yeah. So we moved from the Queen to the God of all creation. Interesting. We moved from the Union Jack to the shield and spear. As kids, we were there as kids when the flag of Kenya was mounted up on the mountain. We were kids then. 10 years after independence in 1973, dreaming of something that our parents never had, because very few of our parents had university education. We qualified to come to the University of Nairobi to study medicine. 10 years after independence. We arrived, some of us, it was our first time in Nairobi, but we arrived and were introduced to anatomy by the late Professor Mungai, to physiology by Professor Thairu. He is here. To other areas of preclinical work, like Professor Mugambi, the founder of KEMRI. There was a mistake recently in the papers when they say that Professor Koech was the founder of Cambridge. No, no, no. The first was Professor. Yes, let's correct these things because newspapers mix things up. He was our teacher. So we met. We were nearly 100 young people who were brought together, but nothing other than our brains. Those were the days when our exams were marked in the UK, so there was no Magoha or anybody chasing parents who had stolen exams. We had done O levels and A levels, and they were marked there, and the results came back, and they were in the newspaper. Division 1, 3 principals, and so on. So when we arrived here, we were people who were the very, very best in East Africa in their A levels. Can you imagine that? Teenagers, 17, 18-year-olds, the very, very best. So the first respect that we had for each other was that we were the best. And in the coming years, some would fall off, not because they were stupid, but because of 2 major things. And I'll tell you the secret. The first one was anatomy, the cadaver. When you're introduced to this dead body that you're going to dissect for 1 whole year, there are some people who just never came back the following day. The second one was the first exam that you sit before your first year. Because all of us were so brilliant that we have never known how to be number 2 in class. So when we came here and we did our first exam, some of us didn't find our names on top, and we were not used to doing that. So people went into depression. They've never beaten anybody, they've never beaten you. We came from all the schools, Alliance, Maseno, name it. From all over East Africa too, because we had people from Malawi, from Zambia, from Lesotho and Swaziland. We had Nigerians, the very, very best brains in Africa at that time. So to you to come in and find that you used to looking at the list from above and you don't find your name there, that was serious. The third reason why some people dropped out, our class was the first class that had double-digit female students in the School of Medicine. Until that, there were always 1, 2, 3 girls in the class. And our class had more than 10. One of them is there, Julian Karekezi Mbonye. Coming all the way from Uganda with Dr. Mbonye and her daughter there. And the reason, can you stand up please, Julian? Everybody wants to see you. And the reason why the presence of these girls made some people drop out, because we had been brought up in a very male school system. You are in boarding school, all boys. So we've never been beaten in class by a woman. So when the results started coming up and the girls were up there, we had a crisis. But I must say that that was a welcome crisis, because in the next 5 years, we got used to being beaten. And it prepared us for later life when we started getting married to women who are more intelligent than us. So Julian, thank you very much, you and your group, for breaking the ice for us, because we now are getting used to this, and that is how it was. So we finished first year, Chiromo, second year Chiromo, Third year, we go for clinical rotations in Kenyatta. And that is now where we start meeting some of these giants of the time. Dr. Eric Mngola. Do you people remember Eric Mngola? Eric Mngola is the first human being I know of in an African country who has held 3 concurrent positions. Director of Medical Services, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, and Physician-in-Chief to the President. One guy. Dr. Diallo, the WHO country director, is here. Do you know of anybody who has held those positions in Africa? Never. And Eric Mngola held those 3 positions. But he was also physician-in-chief for the whole country. Eric Mngola taught us. And in all the time that we were taught by Marty, everybody who is here, not one time did I ever hear any of them tell us about their practice in Nairobi Hospital or in Aga Khan. Because at that time, those hospitals were nothing. The brains and the focus was there. Their dedication was to us and nothing else. And if there's anything that we want to thank these teachers for, is for caring for us as their own children. They never took off to go into private practice. On admission nights, they would be with us. You will later see Dr. Jim McDougall on video here because he's connected in Canada and listening to me right now. Because as we are here, we are connected. 75 of us qualified in 1978. 25 of us have departed and are with the Lord. Some of the kids and families of the departed are here. Dr. Fred Okoth's family is here. Where are they sitting? Yes. That was a chief hepatologist at Cambridge, my classmate. Hepatology means liver. Dr. Orege's family, are they here? Yes. Orege was the biggest global expert on leprosy, worked with Cambridge, was a director at Cambridge, served Alupe Leprosy Hospital. And if you look at his CV, Professor Tahiru, you helped send Orege and Muigai to do their MPH in Harvard. They came back here, and these are the kind of brains that I sat in class with. So out of the 75, we've lost 25, then there's 50 of us alive. We have served in 30 countries. 30 countries. A country like Swaziland, the Director General of Health, Dr. Mambo, was my classmate. Where's Professor Muga, our former DMS? He should be here any time now. So these people were the people who we went to school with, and right now, 16 of us are in the diaspora. And right now, they are following this thing because we are streaming live. Some are in the UK, some are in Canada, some in different parts of the world, and they are with us as we are talking now. Of the 30 or so that have remained in Kenya, Most of them who are in academia are now retired. Adam, I hope you have. Where's Bill Wasuna? Bill Wasuna, that guy was born to look after kids, pediatrician, neonatologist, you know, everything that he talks of small little kids, and he likes them premature. So the ones who are in university have now retired. Gikenye with the bones. Where's Gikenye? Yes. So these are giants in their own field, and even in retirement, they're wanted everywhere. 3 of us went global. Dr. Therese Mulandi can't be here now because although she's retired from WHO, they're still using her skills. And she's following this while in Accra. Dr. Isie Ndombi. Isie Ndombi rose to the highest levels you can rise in UNICEF. Isie, when I visited him in Jakarta, he was the regional head of UNICEF out there in the Far East. Isie, where are you? Yes, there's Isie Ndombi. So when you start looking at what we've done globally, and I'm only mentioning them because I've not even started with me. Because it will take a whole day. These are the kinds of people that you teachers brought up. But in your bringing us up, we also extended friendship to classes that were ahead of us. Dr. Rai, Dr. Mboga, you are here. Frank Njenga, our senior, uko wapi ndugu yangu? Those were our seniors at that particular time. And the thing that I find most interesting is that as I look at every friend and schoolmate, they are all people of character. They are all people of performance, and they are not in any newspaper that money has been lost in their hands. So I want Professor Marty and Professor Ngeri to know that not only did you teach us medicine, but you taught us character. And it is character that brings us here today, and that has driven us to organize this day. Not because we have money or influence, but because there's so many things that have happened and will continue to happen that we must learn to appreciate and must learn to say thank you while people are alive. This idea of waiting until you come to my funeral must end. So this class is also pretty ambitious. The class is saying that there must be a legacy that we're leaving behind. The old library is still just that old library, Professor Adam. And we've decided that we're going to add 2 or 3 more floors to make it a digital library. Because we must start creating memories, not for the bad things we do, but for the improvement that we make in the places we have lived and so on. That's Professor G.B. Okello arriving there. So what is it that we can mention to you as a difference between us and the others? We have lived a life in a period when many changes have come in the global health sphere. We entered in 72 at after the Alma Ata conference when primary health care was being brought into it. It's surprising that primary health care right now is disturbing Kenyans on how to do. 1972, primary health care was already there. And we went through that as students. You don't have to bring a foreigner to tell Kenyans about primary health care. We know how to do it. We have survived 2 pandemics, HIV, AIDS, and COVID. 2 pandemics. Not very many people in the profession survived that. We have seen the rise and fall of this sector. None of us is proud of the mention of private sector on television nowadays in Kenya, because it does not reflect us. It does not reflect our ability. It does not reflect what we were taught. It does not reflect what we can do. So after and during this function, I'd like you to whisper to each other and ask, is this why we went to the medical school? So that we are so confused, we don't know what to do as a country in this sector. Are the standards of teaching the same standards that Professor Marty left me with? If not, why have they fallen under our charge? If you read the program there, you'll see on page 3 a letter that has come from the Parliament of Canada. Member of Parliament of Canada has written to wish us well in this gathering. Why so? For those who don't know the history of the medical school and the history of the university, Canada played a very, very important role in the start of the medical school and the university too. The first vice-chancellor was Arthur Porter. Arthur Porter is a Sierra Leonean, but Canadian. We have a strong history with Canada. But the medical school, and Professor Thairu will tell you that better than I do, benefited a lot from our linkage with McGill and Montreal hospitals. So the Department of Medicine, where Adam has been teaching, it was Montreal people who started it. Department of Pediatrics, Professor Wasuna, you'll remember that it was Montreal. The first 3 clinical professors in medicine had very strong linkages with these people. Who are they? Pediatrics, Professor Buibo. Surgery, Professor Ambrose Wasuna, that's Bill's brother. Obstetrics and gynecology, I'll leave first. Internal medicine, there was Professor Hilary Ojiambo. Obs Gyne was my mentor, Professor Marty. So of the first 4 African full professors of clinical medicine, there's only one who's still with us, and they are Professor Marty. I think we should applaud you. Where is he? They are asking, Prof, where are you? So it is in the back of these giants that we grew. And it is the DNA that they passed to us that makes it possible for us to be able to invite you today to enjoy this afternoon with us. We are a class of great pride, we are a class of great achievement, but we are also a class of great respect and gratitude to the people who made it for us. So let's all stand if you can and just give a clap to the class of 78, their teachers, their friends, and their families who are here today. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. And Otongoyo, you can now take over.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. You may all have your seats, please. Asante sana. I'm so happy to sit in the midst of greatness. This feels so nice. And I'm sitting in the midst of real titles, doctors. You know, as a community, we like titles. Hata mtu mwenye anasafisha tu madirisha mahali kwa bank huko, namsikia akijiita transparent wall engineer. Yani ni titles too. We love titles. We love titles. Titles to us matter. Actually, our titles come before our names. Dr. Nyekal, Prophet of War, People's President Raila Amolo Odinga. Ni title inakuja kabla ya jina. Some of you, your titles follow you. Kamaua Makara, Mwagi wa Equity, Mwagi wa Iria. Title yako inafuata jina yako. Yetu ni jina, title inakuja mbele ya jina. Leo nimekaa katikati ya real titles. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I do a lot of events, social, corporate, and all that. I do a lot of ND events. It's around end of the year. Last year I did ND party for Coca-Cola. Nilipomaliza nikapatiwa pickup mzima ya Coca-Cola nipelekea watoto. I also did ND party for Del Monte. When I was done, they gave me 72 cartons of Del Monte, different flavors. Pelekea watoto. On 20th December, I did ND party for Kenya Breweries. Sasa hii yenyu ndio nashindwa. Nikimaliza, when I'm done with you, Mungu anawaona. All right, lunch is ready. Lunch is ready, and we are ready to serve. We've said we'll give ourselves an hour maximum for lunch. If maybe in 30 minutes, I'll feel like you are all settled, see we can have the small speeches, small talks as you enjoy your lunch. Is that in order? So that we also save on time. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yeah, unajua, you must check with people who come here regularly. Like Justice Oluoch ni mtu tunakutana hapa mara nyingi na bwana yake. Nadhani notice. Sijui kama mna notice zote vile tunaangaliana, mnaona ni watu tumezoeana hapa. Sio ati mnakutana huko town Dhimbigwa. Sijui kwa wapi wanapika nduma ya kuchemsha. Kempinski. Kitukosa hapa Sarova. Hapo ni chai tu na tumeogopa traffic. Hey jamani, ile siku tutapata president tutawasumbua. Kama sasa hatuna cheo na tunasumbua hivi. Tukipata sijui mtatembea wapi. All right. So, I'm dividing the room into two from where I am, my right and my left. I've marked the tables so that to avoid having a long queue, I'll move 4 tables at a time. That will be like, I'll just be on the microphone 3 times maximum. I'll move 4 tables at a time, 4 tables at a time in a interval of 7 minutes maximum, so that we allow the ones who are out to move in, so that we do not have, you've been to a wedding and you walked in, let's say late, and you found a queue at the main entrance, na ni ya chakula. We wouldn't want that for doctors, yeah? But those who are not doctors, na hujazoea fine dining, naombwa, ukishapakua chakula, usichukue watermelon uwekele juu ya chakula. utapoesha chakula, unaanza kushindwa, kwa nini chakula yangu ni baridi? Kumbe ni wewe. Ni wewe. Ni wewe umejiletea shida. Right? So my first 4 tables, Freddie and Mike, you can come back on set. Freddie and Mike and Judah, those are the guys entertaining us here. You can come back on set so that we enjoy some cool chini ya maji music as we have our lunch. I'll move 4 tables on my right. That's table 1, table 10, table 3, and 2. Table 1, 10, 3, and 2 on this side. And your exit to the buffet is on that entrance or at the entrance where Kadzo is. Kadzo is the beautiful lady pale. Yes, where Kadzo is. That will be your exit. You can actually exit through that so that you come back in through the other one, or you can use the same. Uamuzi ni wako. We ni daktari. Sawa sawa. On my left, I'll move table 18, 14, 12, and 2. The tables are marked in the middle, in the center of your table. There's a number. Table 18, 14, 12, and 2. 18, 14, 12, and 2. And on the other end, table 1, 10, 3, and 2. 1, 10, 3, and 2. I hope the 1 is not a 7. I believe I'm right. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. Freddie and Mike, tuko kwa mikono yenyu for the next 45 minutes or so. And Judah.
some respect when you mention my name.
Cypher Lee in the mix. Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
Put some
DJ Cypherly in the mix.
Drown out the noise. Listen to the sound of my voice. And just take a second to refuel. 'Cause when you stop worrying about other people, life is kind of peaceful. So come, go through the motions with me. I want you to breathe in and hold it for free. Breathe in. And breathe out. Let go and release. This is your moment of peace.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypherly in the mix.
has told me that there is just over 5,000 years of cumulated medical experience in this room today. 5,000. And my class is the one that has 50-50 each. There's some people here who have nearly 100. So 5,000. What we want to go through are two things. One is videos of our classmates who are abroad who will say hello to you. But before that, we want to start with a video from Canada with Jim McDougall. I don't want to say much about McDougall because you all know him, but I want you to listen to him carefully because he's part of our history. Are the videos on? So go ahead with Jim McDougall's message.
I'd love to be able to see you, but it ain't possible.
Volume.
Jambo Sana Rafiki Yango. Is Jim McDougall talking from his studio in Canada? The leaves are just beginning to turn red and gold. I'd like to thank my friend Terry Manzo for doing this recording for us, and to Dr. Richard Mwigai, your colleague, for being such a friend as to ask me to do this on this occasion. I speak now for all of the Canadian doctors, sending cheers to you all for achieving the golden anniversary celebration. An historic, unique 50th birthday. Sadly, many have died, both students and teachers, since we were together. We remember them and honor them at this function and are united in this moment with their spirits. This year is also for me my 70th anniversary of graduation from medical school in Toronto. And I would like to share my observation of these two experiences, Toronto and Kenya. First, Kenya. Let us imagine that you as students and we as Canadian doctors have given birth to an infant. We have adjusted like good parents with a mixture of apprehension and fascination with the child to caring for this unpredictable entity. We bonded of necessity in a desire for it to grow up to be a successful adult. For total success, our teaching process was more like an apprenticeship. Different from the teacher-student relationship of older, more advanced faculties that tend towards formality rather than apprenticeship. The objective for the infant was guidance to knowledge, skills, wisdom, compassion, and education, the hallmarks of our profession. These objectives were those of yours and ours, and bonded us in a unity. This was achieved, adjudicated by international examiners, certified, and a success. And we did this together. My school in Toronto and Montreal were firmly established as first-class medical facilities, globally recognized. They have grown to be very large. In 1960, my graduating class was about 130 students. Impossible to know all of them, even if you wanted to. Growth happens. And the teacher-student relationship under those circumstances, become very formal. We had the pleasure of becoming friends at the very beginning of this process. In 1968, 8 doctors arrived to teach 16 students, 4 doctors in medicine and 4 doctors in pediatrics, and I was the youngest at that time. Now, as you might have guessed from this performance, I'm 89, just turned 89, and limited, very limited. We were involved at that time with a school that by 1978 had graduated, were graduating 100 doctors a year, and what we did was an incredible success, and our child became an adult doctor. So I would just like to close at the moment with a little memory that I had that happened on Ward 6 of the old hospital. I was gathered around the bedside of an elderly woman, and there were about 7 of you with me, and I wanted to talk to you about an approach to a patient, this patient. She was an aged Kikuyu grandmother, a shosho. I wanted to approach this patient in a special way in demonstration for you. This woman is unknown to me, but I feel, as her doctor, that she is my mother. And suddenly, I was quickly interrupted by one of those students who said, "She cannot be your mother. She is black. You are white." I chuckled and I said, no, you are quite right. And everything you say, absolutely right. But it is also true that she deserves my compassion and respect and my desire to help her, as if she were my mother. He smiled, and all understood. All was well. It has been a joy sharing life with you. God has blessed us all. Enjoy your lives, and from my heart, from all Canadian doctors you remember, go forth and do the good work for your citizens that you have wanted to do all your life. Kwaheri ya kuonana, my friends.
So that was Jim McDougall at 89 now. You all remember the tall, big Jim, a choir member at All Saints Cathedral and all that. And he still loves us. We'll now see the students who are abroad, and then we will have the live ones here. Over to our classmates.
A very good day to our esteemed professors, teachers, educators who have joined us today to celebrate this special occasion of the 50th anniversary of the class of 78 of University of Nairobi, without whom we would really not be where we are today. A very special thank you to my esteemed colleagues Kama, Richard and Mubashir Mudi for putting in a lot of hard work to make this happen today. We wish you all the very best for today, and I'm sure it's going to turn out to be a fantastic occasion for us to remember for always. And although far away, I promise you we will cherish every moment of this occasion from far. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Pankaj Jani. My heartfelt greetings to all my esteemed teachers, classmates and friends for being present today. First and foremost, my humble apologies for not being physically with you as I am babysitting the grandchildren in Seattle. My sincere and heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this reunion. And I wish to appreciate and pay a big asante sana to our teachers who have made the effort to attend this function. You are the teachers because of whom we are where we are. I hope this class of 78 has lived up to your expectations. I retired from the University of Nairobi Department of Surgery after 38 years and after stepping down from the presidency of COSEXA. Thank you very much, and with best wishes and a long and healthy, happy future. Thank you.
Without taking more time, we now want to go live in the room. And the very first teacher that we want to share his experience with us is Professor Japhet Kimanzi Mati. So please take the mic to him, or do I take this one? Do you have another mic? This one here. Can I move it? Okay.
Well, I would like to start by greeting everybody and to say that thank you very much to the class of 78 and I'm watching myself there. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Kama, for asking me to say something. I don't have anything written at the moment. I wish you had said that it was possible to write something and get it read along with the others. But nevertheless, I would just like to say how grateful I am, my daughter, to be here and to share this really wonderful occasion. I think your group has made history in many ways, in many other areas of healthcare. But I think the idea of celebrating your medical school days and keeping in touch and calling your friends, your relatives, and all of us, and particularly inviting your teachers to come and share the event, I think was a wonderful thought, and I would like to congratulate Kama and his colleagues for having thought about the idea. Now, I had the privilege of teaching some of the people who are involved in this organization, and particularly I taught Kama, I taught several other people who are around, and to be invited to come and share this occasion, to me, is a great privilege, and I'm very grateful for that. I think there's no doubt that activities such as this will encourage a lot of people, those who are already in medicine, who are in the medical school, who are practicing, and others who may be aspiring to join. And I think it's something that is commendable and should be encouraged. What it means is that for those who are in the medical school, they should also begin thinking about maintaining their history by talking about or creating opportunities where they can revise their ideas, they can come to think about possibilities of doing other activities, writing or organizing meetings such as this, so that in the event they will also be propagating their knowledge and encouraging other people to come into medicine. I had a bit of difficulty myself in, when I said that I wanted to study medicine. The reason was that my brother was already a doctor, and I was being asked, why do you want to have to go in for a course that your brother has already done? But on the other hand, I feel now, looking back, that a lot of my progress has somehow been influenced by the fact that I had access to my brother, my late brother, that is Dr. Samuel Mwenzi. He was a neurologist. So by our writing now, our experiences and whatnot, we're actually going to stimulate and inspire a lot of other young people, not only to seek to practice medicine, but also to seek to practice medicine properly. You may ask me, what do you mean? You can't practice medicine in any other way other than properly. Well, maybe you may be right in asking that, but on the other hand, you also know that it is possible to practice medicine without that kind of personal interest in what you are doing. And I think that's what distinguishes a good doctor from a practitioner of medicine, because a good doctor is very much interested in the welfare of his patient. He's also interested in the welfare of the younger people who would also be the doctors of tomorrow. So what Kama and his group have done here, I think is a very good step in encouraging people into medicine and also encouraging them to practice good medicine. You may ask me, is it possible to practice medicine that is not good? Well, what I mean is, as doctors, we must get interested in our patients, not just focusing on that complaint that brought him or her to us. And we can also make sure that what we are telling our patient is proven by experience, research, and that we are trying to get information to our patients that is actually of proven value. And you can only do that if you continue with your learning. And that's why in medicine, we also have continuing medical education as one way of making sure that our doctors are going to be kept up to date and not keep on practicing or doing things the same way all the time without knowing what the outcome of our treatment is like. Well, I hadn't written anything and to talk to a big audience like this one, I'm sure we differ in our interests, so I wouldn't like to keep you waiting any longer than that. And once again, congratulations, Kamarogo and his colleagues, and also everybody else who has found the time to come and listen to what they are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mati. I think that all of you know Dr. Mwinzi, same family. I think this is the first family of medicine from Eastern Province. And of course, his other brother was the first African Speaker of the National Assembly. Very distinguished family. We will go on to the next, which is my teacher, Professor Kihombo Tairu.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Like my colleague, Prof. Mati, we are honored to be invited to this very important occasion. When people see the medical system today, they forget the battles we had to fight at the background. It started with what was necessary for Africans, African countries. We were young Turks, senior medical students, and some young doctors when there was only one medical school, Makerere. And we kept complaining that there's no way we are going to serve our community with just one medical school in Makerere. We should have our own medical schools, not because of political reasons, but we need to produce high-level manpower in the right and person power, we should say nowadays, so as to meet the needs of East Africa. Our senior colleagues thought we were peculiar in that we were criticizing the way we worked in those days, like this poor girl who committed suicide the other day. I didn't know they are still doing 36-hour shifts, but that was the order of the day. And you saw over 300 patients per day. At the end of the day, your ears will be sore with the stethoscope. All your fingers have been percussed and they are swollen. And of course, this was no way to practice medicine. When we found that the official system will never listen to this, we remember what Kamarogo said. We actually were the top performers in society, so we could find our way. So we found our way to President Nyerere in Tanzania, that is the Tanzanian colleagues, very young people, and we found our way to Kenyatta. And we got our president's decree that we are going to start training medical students. We're going to open more medical schools. I tried to talk about a medical school in Kenya when I was an intern. I didn't last more than 3 days in Kenyatta. They still owe me 3 days' salary. Because our seniors told us we were going to be nothing but general duty medical officers. And in any case, it was a mistake to think of any medical school here because we couldn't afford it, and they had advised the government that we should follow Nyerere's example and produce rural medical aids, in other words, barefoot doctors. When I expressed my disappointment and told my senior, he was a gynecologist, that I disagreed with that, and I wanted to do general medicine and general surgery because I wanted to be a teacher in the medical school. He asked me, which medical school? I said, our own medical school. And so we disagreed, and I resigned and was going to do a job in Shell for a year, and then I was going to sell oil, and then go to a place where I could have a pathway to be a lecturer for a new medical school. Well, anyway, we managed. I went back to Uganda to complete my internship, and then we continued pressing our governments to start our medical schools. And you know the work that Joe Mongai had to do. Now, the first year of 67, you remember I taught by vets. So when I came to teach them physiology, they were very comparative. If you asked them about digestion, they'd say, well, in the dog, and in the camel, and also in human, it was a disaster. So to make sure that I needed to see humans, I had to teach day and night, from 7 to 10:30 p.m. at night. Anyway, they managed, Professor Ware's class. Then, after my PhD, I come to teach physiology. And my professor sits in the classroom at the back. And I was listening to see whether I suppose I would make any mistakes. You know, Dr. Rogo, you're right. We are not very unbright, if there's such a word. So at the end of the lecture, he would tell me, "But Dr. Thairu, why are you teaching all this? You're over-teaching. These people are just going to be general duty medical officers. What is it about this high physiology you're teaching?" And I told them, Professor Horobin, I've been teaching your students in London, medical students, dental students. I'm just teaching what I was teaching there. In the end, we disagreed. And I told him, your perception of the future of our country is totally different from mine. These people are going to be scientists, consultants, and they are going to go farther than we have gone. So leave me alone, because this is my country. After that exchange, Dr. Kekonyo's class reminded me when I tore up all the books we were using. I told that class, these books are not fit for nurses. You are going to be medical doctors of international standards. You are going to be consultants. You are going to be better than us. You're going to be farther than us. Some of you will have their own hospitals. And this kind of nonsense of thinking that in Africa you don't need this kind of thing, we must get rid of. And then as we proceeded, we had the problem of explaining what standards you require in this country. But I had the privilege of, in my final year, doing my surgery in London, and I was surprised. In Westminster Medical School, where the last king had his operation, actually, me and a Tanzanian student who had the scholarship, we were brighter than the student there. I was surprised we could make diagnoses on, I'd never seen a white patient, but you could make diagnoses in the ward on white patients we had never seen before, which our fellow students were having difficulty with. We even had problems in theater, because Professor Harold Ellis in surgery asked for catgut when he was operating, and then he asked, by the way, why do you call it catgut? And nobody knew. None of his students knew. Then his younger surgeon, who was already a fellow, said, Mr. So-and-so, why do we call it catgut? Couldn't answer. And then said, perhaps our friends from Africa can help. And I told them, catgut is a corruption of kitgut. He said, what? How did you know that? I said, it's a corruption of an old term, kitgut. And then he wanted to know, what's a kit? I said, it's an old form of violin that's not played anymore. So they are wondering what kind of people we were. And so you remember when I became dean, and I started all these very many programs. I wanted to have specialists in every major specialty. And that's why I was in such a hurry to touch psychiatry, diagnostic radiology. And this year, I started 5 new programs, 13 in all. And in radiology, they said, I had lots of friends in the donor community anyway because of the way you do. If you are good at what you do, you get many people. I said, now, why do you mean to train radiologists? And I tried to explain. But we see in your curriculum, you're suggesting that you are going to teach them scanning. You will never afford scans. Your government can't afford scans. The only scans available are in Zimbabwe because they have a large expatriate community. And I told my friends, well, I'm not crazy yet. One day we'll afford scans. Scanning is a political issue if it becomes linked with cost. But I told him I was in Germany last week. I'm a neurophysiologist. I looked at scans of the brain and I could see every part of the brain as though you're operating on it. So that kind of technology should be available to our patients. Don't tell me that only the patients in north of Africa should have access to this accurate means of diagnosis. He said, well, we didn't mean that way, but then you will never afford scans, so what are you going to do? So I said, okay, they will do their 3-year rotation for scanning abroad. The countries who are helping me were Holland, Germany, and England, and we managed. In orthopedics, I was told, you don't need orthopedic surgeons. The main problem of Kenya is contractures from polio. And we have trained clinical officers. They're operating on contractures. So why do you need orthopedic surgeons? So I asked a fellow, if you break a leg, will you call a clinical officer? Or are you going to call Dr. So-and-so, who is an orthopedic surgeon? Said, of course, I'll call Dr. So-and-so. I said, I'm trying to make sure every Mwananchi in this country will have access, if not directed through referral, to the same standard of medicine as you have in your country. What annoys me a bit sometimes is 66 when I was a final year medical student. The standard of treatment at Kenyatta National Hospital was exactly the same as the standard of treatment in Western Medical School or Guy's Hospital or St. Thomas's of those days. You could have taken a nurse going for duty, a staff nurse from Kenyatta. The staff nurse could manage a ward in any of the teaching hospitals in England. And it was free. The medical services were free. What happened? And I think we should have a forum in which, having such brains, we are having problems providing health services, and we can't discuss how to get out. How come in 1966 we had these very high standards, and now we can hardly afford to manage vaccines? The first cancer treatment, radiotherapy, was in Kenyatta Hospital. The other hospitals, the private hospitals, said they couldn't afford it. So we set it up. The first ICU we set up with the Japanese. There were no ICUs in the private hospitals because people are not getting that sick. Some of the PhD people can work out why we're getting so sick as we did then. So, and it was free. Nowadays, if a patient, anybody goes for ICU treatment for more than 3 months, they have to sell their property to pay. So, while I'm in this company of such brains, I want us to challenge ourselves. Is this the way to go? If a manual laborer cleaning the streets of London got something due to the head injury, he'll be seen in the best hospitals with all sophistication, all the MRIs and scans, free. If anybody in Kenya has to be in an ICU for 3 months, you start selling property. The other thing that I tease our people about is, do we really have ICUs? ICUs in which people walk around from the marketplace in their boots and walk around patients. We don't acknowledge the drug resistant bugs you pick in ICU. This just won't do. We have to relook at our profession because we have seen better performance. And we know we are second to none. We are as good as the best. So why can't we have the best system? So thank you very much for inviting us. My wife and I are very grateful. She helped build the library of the University of Nairobi for transition from college to university. She was an acquisition librarian. And whenever she saw anything in medicine, she would give it to me. So I would order it, whether it was for ophthalmology or whatever. So it looked as though all these books had gone to physiology. But that's the way we built the library, okay? The other thing I'd like to mention is all this confusion. Dr. Rogi said that most of your teachers, all, didn't do private practice. We used to negotiate with the private hospitals. If you want our people to work for you, we have to make proper appointments, part-time consultants, and you give us your requirement and we'll decide the hours. Professor Mati, you remember you introduced the idea of geographic practice. That is, practicing private medicine in government hospitals. And Kenyans thought it was a mad idea. But when I was in international health, I was in charge of collaboration in health for the whole 52 member states, about 48 then. I came across a young gynecologist in Zambia who had completely revolutionized medicine in the Central Teaching Hospital, which was taking 55% of the budget before and was really very shoddy and very poor. He introduced your concept, Professor Mati, and Dr. Katema said, from morning to 1, public patients. In the same theater, if you're a surgeon, in the same clinics, you're a physician. From 2 o'clock to whatever you want, private patients in the same hospital. So we know where you are all the time. After all, they are the nationals of your country. Some have money, they want a special treatment in terms of facilities and what you call the hotel-like aspects of a hospital. So it ran like clockwork. I got Professor Masele from Muhimbili, and Professor Meme from Kenyatta, and Dr. Kagwa from Mulago. We spent a week studying the system in the University Teaching Hospital. Well, of course, they learned what they did, especially the idea of Doctor's Plaza. But I'm afraid, and making oxygen, yes, instead of buying from BIOS, you can make your own oxygen in a container. So we've tried to see what we can do to provide the best service for our people. But instead of doing that, we are surrounded by all kinds of obstacles which I think we can circumvent. So, in closing, I must say, you are very right. African students in medical schools, the pre-selection you go through, so many exams you have to pass before you come into medical school. You are second to none. You are as good as the best. But our health services are not second to none, and they are not as good as the best. So let's not just have this occasion, which is so glorious and so wonderful and so enjoyable, but let's also think of posterity. What shall we have, with all our brains, contributed to the betterment of our health system to posterity. One English friend of mine asked me, Kehumbu, you guys are so bright when you are here. When you go back home, what happens? So we have that challenge. And I hope that for the sake of our people and the future, our first-class brains will do something first-class and change the fate of the health system in our country. Last thing I'd like to say, I was once in a boardroom of Ministry of Health. We're talking about Millennium Development Goals, and they were going to reduce mortality, malaria mortality by 30%. I was furious. I told them, I know you went to Professor Sack ideas, and I knew Professor Sachs. You should have gone to the Nobel laureate, Indian Professor Sen, if you wanted advice on the medical service. But to see what I'm talking about, I asked all board members, hands up those of you who have had malaria or had malaria in your immediate members of your family. All of us, including me. I had malaria in Ahero doing a bit of research. And I said, okay, hands up those of you who have lost a member of their family to malaria. None of us, none of us. None of the elite of Kenya had lost anybody. So you're telling me my sister in Homa Bay, if she had 9 children and she loses 3, you say, you know, you could have lost all of them, but we have met the Millennium Development Goals. We have reduced mortality to 1/3. Gentlemen and ladies of the medical profession, our people are waiting for us, because not only did we have the privilege of going to a good medical school, we had the privilege of doing well. Let us remember, many people wanted to be doctors, but they couldn't make it because the Almighty did not give them as high IQ. So what did you pay to be bright? What did we pay? Nothing. So let's show those who the Almighty didn't actually give so much mental capacity that we care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kiombu Thairu. It's difficult to make these what they stop because they have so much. I'll ask next, and being gender sensitive, to ask the mother of immunology in East Africa. Where is Tula Bowery? Tula. You're leaving? Oh, she's gone. She's there. There she is.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to such a wonderful celebration where the brightest of students and now the most successful of professionals have actually decided to recognize us as their teachers. I really, really think that's a wonderful gesture, and I really appreciate that. There's just, because so much has already been spoken and such wise words have been spoken, the first thing I would like to tell you is, in 1963, the year of our independence, was the year I was lucky enough to go to Makerere Medical School. And it was very interesting that we had 45 students in the class. a third of each came from Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. The most sad part of it all was that the students who came from Kenya, only half of those were African students because there were such few A-level schools. In other words, that year, only 6 doctors were produced from that year from our African students. Today, when people talk about so much dirt, so much problem, so much this, and so much the other, I would just like to remind them that the minute I started teaching at the medical school here in 1969, we started off with about 30 or 40 students, and within a few years, we were producing 100 doctors. And today, I think when we talk of not having done well enough, please rethink of those apartheid days when the Indian schools produced Indian doctors and Indian students, African students only could come from African schools. So I think in many ways, we can of course be very much better. But in this particular way, I think one of the greatest achievements is that at least 2 medical schools are today producing a lot of very bright doctors. So that's the greatest achievement from my point of view, considering that I have seen such an acceleration of the number of doctors today in the country. Number 2, just a little bit of an experience, I would say, as an immunologist. In 1973, when we first started the immunology training for our undergraduates, in that era, everywhere else, even in the world, because I was with the WHO at that time, Immunology Research and Training Center in the medical school, everywhere else in the world also, the only thing we had understood was that if you take away the thymus from a mouse, then the T cells won't be there, and you will get the viral diseases and whatever. Today, in so many years thereafter, we are seeing a human example of the very thing. So nobody actually can say that what we were talking about the mouse is of no relevance to a human. It's only a question of how you may relate your subject to your other things. Hence, all these wonderful things that have been spoken by particularly Professor Thairu, who has been in an immense amount of administration in different things, basically not just a medical school, but many, many other aspects. I think what he stated is very true. Now that we have an abundant number of doctors, we really need to review how best we can practice medicine in this country. But considering that I'm an immunopathologist who deals with only samples or allergy patients, I don't think I'm in a position to talk anything more beyond what I have said. But thank you very, very much for inviting me to this. But the greatest thing I would say is, do not give up on our country.
Thank you very much, Professor Bowery. we are beginning to save best for last, but we'll be moving. Someone, Gary, be ready there, but we want to hear just a little bit from Professor Joe Liech.
Thank you. My name is Professor Oliech. I'm a surgeon, and I taught in the University of Nairobi for 46 years. I taught the class of 1978, and I will be short because of time. I want to describe this class. The teaching that we used to give the class of 1978 was basically clinical teaching that involved practicals, so that at least the medicine, both anatomy, pathology, whatever that can make them deduce what is the condition they are dealing with. Clinical teaching. We centered most of our teaching on that line of teaching, and this class was a very, very easy class to teach. They actually created something which I would call reverse mentoring. You mentor them, and they will, in return, question you so much that you also learn something from the way they are questioning. And during that time of teaching, investigations, both radiological, biochemical, whatever it is that you use, is to support the clinical acuity that we were giving them. And they were very good in that line. And therefore, that quality of students that would give you what I call reverse mentoring makes you, as a teacher, become even more alert. Because definitely the human body, you got to know it from the head to the toe. And that is what we were doing. And they were very good. That's one. Number two, they were very humble. They were very obedient. They were not very, rude students that you would give you problems. And secondly, they were timely. If you tell them that you're going to teach them for our evening ward round, they all will come on time. So these were really a special group that we had in the university. They really made our time of teaching very good. Being a surgeon, and I specialized on kidneys, but I deviated a bit on the neck because I also became a thyroid expert. The anatomy of the neck was a key thing that all of them had to know. You had to know all the muscles of the neck, the blood vessels, everything, because really thyroidectomy, we even ended up creating what is called Oliech surgery. Oliech surgery in Kenyatta National Hospital is where all surgeons doing thyroidectomy, you try to use only 2 small little gauze swabs to minimize. I trained people to minimize the blood loss in the neck, because definitely getting blood to transfuse during those days was very difficult. And they really did well, according to me, such that we even reduced the waiting list of most of the patients who would come who needed thyroidectomy. Now, the other line that I would want to say about this group is that some of them managed to come out of the training with a view always to go upwards and major in certain areas that they chose. Those who went to do gynecology, ops and gynecology, I think they did well in reducing some endemic conditions that were very rampant in Kenya, the fistula disease in Kenya. The fistula disease in Kenya is no longer a problem in childbirth. The other area that I thought I would mention is that Some of them went into the line of administration. Because really, a surgeon must also link, being a surgeon, you must be also a leader, because it's a teamwork. So leadership, the leadership that this group actually practice is good. It helped Kamarogo to be really a global person in his work. And I think I wouldn't bore you with any more, but I think these were excellent group, and it is nice that they called us here to celebrate their 50th year. Thank you very much. I don't have much.
Thanks, Joe. Many people don't associate Dr. Silverstein with Kenyatta. Dr. Silverstein, I think you tell your story a bit.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here because as I look around, this was my 6 years of the greatest happiness in my life, working at the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta. It was a very exciting experience for me. I'll just mention a few things on a personal level and then talk about looking back, because my connection with the University of Nairobi and people who are studying in Kenyatta has existed through the entire time. I was first asked to be an examiner, so I used to come back and examine. And then subsequently, all the residents from the University of Nairobi doing their MMed in internal medicine rotate through my practice for a month. And I see the transitions over the years. Now, on a personal level, on October the 31st, exactly 50 years ago, this coming October the 31st, it will be my 50th year in Kenya. So it's my anniversary. I came not knowing what I was going to do, just that there was a Professor Floyer who told me I had to come because there was no cardiologist. I applied 6 months earlier because I wanted to do something different in my life. But I never heard. And then I get a call around a month before saying, we really need you. We need you to run the cardiology unit. Apparently there was some friction between two cardiologists and I was called to come right away. I said, that sounds exciting. I said, but I'm in those days we were called invasive cardiologists. He says, yes, we know. Yeah, no problem. We'll have a cath lab for you. Well, I got here, he met me at the airport, only to find out that there was not quite a cath lab yet. But people like the dean at my time, professor who spoke so elegantly, Thairu, were promoting getting doctors, our doctors, to go into subspecialties and specialties. So in a relatively brief period of time, we managed to import it. And there was such an excitement. This was, a lot of people were saying, this is going to be a white elephant. And I said, yes, maybe it will be to start with, but we're going to have to get there. In those days, it took me 10 years to find, no, it was, I'm sorry, not 10 years. It took me 3 years to document 10 cases of heart attacks. Now, in Kenyatta, they'll see that in a day or two. In the private sector, we were seeing it much more. And it wasn't because we were missing it, but life was different at that time. There were a lot of new things that came in the style of living, in the diet of living, and how much mobility. So we came from a country that was without heart attacks to a country that were getting more heart attacks than the average Western population at a younger age, I should say. At any rate, we got the cath lab going, and by January, the end of the first week of January, in other words, 3 months after I came here, we managed to import a machine and got it built almost overnight. It was an exciting time because first thing, the machine came and I was all excited, and then they told me, we just worked out something. The floor will not hold the weight of your cath lab. So I was really upset. I said, what do I do? So I went and found out who did built our hospital, and they told me who built that particular. It was a new add-on. It wasn't the Kenyatta. This was the add-on in the area where the university was. And they told me who added it on, and I went to who was the person in charge of all these numbers, what are they called, the weights and all that. At any rate, I talked to the guy, and he told me what to do. And then it was a long story, but they had to put a wall underneath, and we split medical records in half. So, and they told me, I asked them how long would it take? And they said, oh, it'll take around a year or two. I said, what? But fortunately, just that time, Jomo Kenyatta, His Excellency Jomo Kenyatta, made a statement, why am I doing Harambes to send people for surgery elsewhere? And so there became a move. When a president spoke in those days, maybe even now, things really moved. And so when I told him, not him, but when I was called by the DMS and there was a meeting, and I told him what the problem was, that we needed to do this and this. I said, get on with it. And then when I went to the fellow who told me from the Ministry of Works that we can't do this in a short time, I told him, okay, but what is your name? He told me his name. Why do you want to know my name? Oh, because the president said we could get that wall. We need the wall. We need to do this as quickly as possible so people won't die as much from heart disease. It took him. This could not have been done in America. Believe me, I just came from America at the time. Within 3 weeks, they had everything built, everything ready to go, and within a month they put in the cath lab. So this is something that you could only have done in Kenya. Then the most exciting part was your class, the students of that time. You had some brilliant, really brilliant students, as you're all here, who really wanted to learn, as was pointed, well-behaved, and on time. You know, the whole idea of African time didn't exist among the young students at that time. I don't know what changed in the interim. And now if I look back and say, what is different, things now and then, it's been pointed out by many of you. You mentioned it also, Professor. None of the students were paying money. Okay? They didn't have to pay out of their pocket. Still, it was a real financial burden just to live. But they had rooming, etc., and they were able to not be obsessed about it. Number one. Number two, at that time, we saw Jim on the phone, Jim McDougall. We had Canada, the Canadian group. We also had from Scotland a group, and some from England. And the one thing that they did, is the whole idea that private practice is private practice, as was mentioned. Government practice is government practice. And if you're going to be in the private practice, which they all wore, all our outside teachers wore, what is considered the proper ethical way is you come and you work a full day, and if you want to do something during the nights, then you could do it then. So those teachers that your class had sort of invigorated you that this is the way it's supposed to run. Unfortunately, over the years, you see attendings were disappearing or not showing up to rounds. And when I'd ask my residents who came over and ask them what happened, have they ever seen this? What do they teach you? He says, well, we have a round, but we're usually doing things on our own. And they're very smart, by the way, but they're learning on their own because they don't have anybody who's teaching them adequately like you people had. And it's unfortunate, I think, when we changed the laws here that allowed people to do private practice. When I was here, there at Kenyatta, I started being the only cardiologist who had a cath lab to back up, and nobody else in cardiology. I got called often from the hospital to come and see a patient. I talked to I think I even might have been talked to the dean, or I talked to, at that time, to the hospital, and I said there were two things. One, if I do private practice, I promise you I'm not going to leave the hospital before 4 o'clock, and I'm there every morning at 8. and all my teaching will be done. And that's what we had. And that's what all the attendings used to do then. And the second thing is we were the only cath lab in the whole, this is not mine, I hope. We were the only cath lab in the sub-Saharan, not counting Black Africa, we're not counting at the time, South Africa. And what we did, I talked to, I think Thuku was his name. He was the medical director, and I said, look, what do I do? These are the patients. I want you to charge for each one X amount of money, or whatever they decided, and I'll see these private patients, bring them in, you'll know ahead of time, we won't do it, they'll fill out all the papers, and all the money that I made in those days, because I was full-time university and then full-time government, all the money will go to pay for whatever we don't have, such as catheters, because it was not in the budget. There was time we ran out of gloves, we bought gloves, et cetera, et cetera. So that was some of the changes from that time to now, and I think that's why your class, also by the fact that it was for free, you had the most brilliant students who got the top grades. Now you could sort of, if you could be a self-paying student and the like, and that becomes different. We had the creme de creme, and they were motivated. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you very much, David. I'm coming home to my professor, Sam Ongeri, who not only is technical, but has also been a politician. So he'll tell you exactly how to drain the swamp.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I just want to appreciate your invitation to this 50th anniversary of having graduated as students in 1978. And today, you are in different capacities worldwide. I want to thank my wife for keeping me safe from that time to today. She can salute you. Mom, you can stand up and salute them. You know, it was exciting when I got this invitation. I said, wow, for the first time, we're being remembered by our own students. When we came in 1970s, I'd come earlier, 66, after I was a student leader in India, and during the independence celebration, Mzee Kenyatta sent me money to celebrate Kenya's Independence Day. That was a plus. Came back as a doctor, did my internship in Kenyatta National Hospital. I did my district roundups. I went to Northeastern, worked very under hard conditions, came to Nyeri, then back to Kenyatta as a registrar, and then off to Edinburgh University and then London. Then I came back again. The most exciting thing about the class of 1978, you are down-to-earth people. Why do I say so? I remember I made a rule, nobody walks into my ward rounds without a tie, and you all obeyed that edict. And if you came to my classroom or my ward rounds, you didn't wear a tie, I will send you out. Reason being, I argued, you are the only people who have a very rare individual experience to handle human life. Therefore, in your presentation, you must appear properly dressed. I'm glad you are acknowledging today that was part of your character. People then thought that I was queer, but I now realize it formed part of your character. Number two, we did emphasize that 50% of your relationship must be with the patient, more than 50% of your time. That history taking was a critical factor in the final diagnosis of what you must do. And we followed that up with a practice every Wednesday morning and afternoon when you had case presentations, whether from medical department, for pediatrics, or from radiology, or from other areas, we could see you students making a case study along with the registrar, presenting to the audience, and you will accept the critique coming from you. I now realize that was a very formative stage for you to set up your trajectory to the future. It was not in vain. Then the other thing I realized is that that time, we had too many infectious diseases around, measles, smallpox, or other poxes, or whatever you call them. Today I hear of M-box. And one of the things that I remember some of my colleagues, we had our colleagues from McGill University and Glasgow University, and I remember Jim Akidugo, who was just spoken to us here today. Not only was he a musician, but he was an artist. And I remember very well indeed. So, but one of the things they said, Professor Ongeri, or Dr. Ongeri that time, why are you struggling trying to learn about renal medicine, teaching students renal medicine? You have too much kwashiorkor around here, and too much of diarrhea diseases and upper respiratory tract infections. You should concentrate your time and teaching on those things and don't forget about these other innovative subjects. And I said a time is going to come when all these things will be eradicated. Has that come? Yes. We are now in the new era. If we didn't teach you at that time, and now I'm surprised Professor Liech didn't remember how we struggled with late Lienda Otieno and Doris Kinuthia and somebody else to set up the renal unit at Kenyatta National Hospital. It was a nightmare. They said, you're going to spend your time, like what Dr. Silverstein said earlier on, that to set up a new department with a future was seen as something unnecessary at that time, a waste of expenditure and a waste of money. And I remember we only had one dialysis machine. It took twice the volume of the blood of the patient. By the time you realize you have to pump in more blood to be able to sustain that dialysis. Then I remember I said, we have these AK-10 machines from Denmark. Why don't we bring them in? They said, you must be sick. I said, I'm not sick, I'm normal. And sure enough, we brought the AK-10 machines, and the dialysis, not only did it become a routine, but it became one ways of saving lives. Interesting. Tula Bahori has just spoken here, wonderful lady. We first of all had the first immunology course by WHO, by Professor Huber, mounted here in Nairobi for 6 months. And I think Tula, myself, and Dave Koech, the late, and many others were in that class. Today, you will agree with me, at that time immunology was considered as an outside subject, but today it's an in thing. Everybody's talking about the autoimmune diseases, and all those things affecting. Anything happening new, it must be an autoimmune disease, something of the nature. But that time was strange. But I'm glad that you walked with us a journey. So when we brought in these things, that you were working with us. And I remember a few of you like Dr. Doris Kirudia, Dr. somebody else. When I used to go to the radiology department to do the renal biopsy, it was a blind touch that time, and you could hit anywhere. But when the image intensifier came, I think there's a radiologist here. Is it Othiambo or somebody else? Yes. When the image intensifier came in, we were able now to localize where you would get your tissue from, and be able to analyze it. We are now done immunology. We could do immunofluorescence, and you could see what side of the part of the kidney is involved, whether it's the epithelial side, the basement side, or the endothelial side, and vice versa. And therefore, you'll be able to deal with the situation more effectively. Today is a roller coaster for you, because you have now gone beyond just the immunofluorescence. You are now using artificial intelligence to be able to diagnose some of these conditions. That is the development of medicine. And that's what it should be. And that's the way it should go. My challenge to you, thank you for the lunch. I've enjoyed it. But my challenge to you, a challenge I get every day. I'm challenged every day that I must do something, that I must write about my memoirs. And I now see a chapter on the class of 78. Now that I'm going to get a book. A challenge to you. Whether you are talking of Kamarogo, whether you are talking of Wasuna, whether you are talking of, I saw the Bauris, whether you are talking of somebody else, you have such an arsenal of information in the medical world. Is it possible that you can put it in the form of a book? I used to read at that time, and I used to teach using the book of the principles and everything else of the textbook of Davidson. Could it be that a class of 1978 can write such a book by so many multiple authors? Why waste away such a knowledge? You have such a vast knowledge on nutrition. You have such a vast knowledge on endocrinology. You have such a vast knowledge on surgery, gyne and ops. And I remember when Professor Chavez Matthew was dealing with population dynamics and the research on ovulation and other issues. You know, these are the kind of things that can be put together. I don't think our minds are very old now to also contribute some level of chapter somewhere there that you can fall back on so that you create a legacy. Now that you've done a very powerful legacy today, you can create another legacy by writing a voluminous book which excels, which is worldwide. Some of you have gone to WHO level, to regional level, to various universities, and I think it's something that we can all learn from, class of 78. You are the most cohesive class because the previous class had come, some of them had come from Makerere, some of them had come from other areas. They were not as united as you were. You were about 30 or 40 of you, and you always moved together as if you are twin sisters and brothers. But today, I've again seen the same spirit. And if you can translate that spirit into a book of some sort, that will be a reference book. That will be a great thing. God bless you. And finally, I learned something from you. After teaching you and sharing with you, I also ended up in sharing myself with the other people in the political class.
Thank you very much, Sam. Before the WHO country director says something, I'd like a voice to be heard because it speaks across years beyond 78. And that is from my senior, Frank Njenga.
Here, when you come, you should have warned me. But that's exactly what happened back in med school, when, to my recollection, Kamarogo assumed the position of president for the first time in his life as president of AMSUN. Subsequently, we established, under Kamarogo's stewardship, we developed the only magazine of the time owned and ran by medical students called Medicus. What am I saying to you, ladies and gentlemen? The seed of leadership in the case of the class of 1978 seems to have been planted a very, very long time ago. With your permission, allow me perhaps to speak about the only person in that class who has done perhaps better than the majority of that class. And that is Fred Owiti Japunj. I don't know if Fred Owiti Japunj is here. Fred Owiti Japunj is the only person in that class who was able to understand the rigors and complexities of mental health. So the only person who became a psychiatrist like myself in that class was Japunj. And Japunj, even today, is recognized and accepted as one of the greatest teachers who ever taught at the University of Nairobi. Japunj, I recognize and applaud you. I don't have as many words as my teachers, but again, with your permission, Kama, and perhaps on behalf of all the other classes, I was in the class that entered University of Nairobi on the 4th of July, 1970, so perhaps 3 classes ahead of Kamarogo and the other ones. So perhaps on the silent majority, allow me to congratulate your class, Kama, because while we tried to do something nearly this one, we were defeated by an animal called COVID. And actually, very sadly and very tragically, a number of our classmates succumbed at the time. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations on all that you have done for us. And my teachers, thank you so, so much. Fred Mati, Kihumbo Dairo, Samongeri, we would not be here in the way that we are without you and God's blessing. Asante sana Kama.
WHO is often mentioned in everything health, and in our midst is the country director of WHO, Dr. Diallo. Dr. Diallo comes from Guinea, and we became friends a long time ago. Dr. Diallo.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to come up here because I don't have juicy and interesting stories as those that we heard here to say. Mine is going to be a little more formal with your permission. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. It is a real pleasure and a real honor for me to be here today to witness this fantastic and wonderful celebration. And I'm sure this is just beyond a simple celebration of a 50th anniversary. It is a celebration of decades of tremendous work. It is actually simply a celebration of decades of excellence. So first and foremost, allow me to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to come here and say a few words. And particularly, I would like to thank Dr. Kamarogo. He disappeared from the room. I don't know where he went, but I would like to particularly thank him. As he said, I've known him, obviously not for 50 years, but at least a half of that. Allow me to share a little story. I did my public health education at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. I finished and started working on a few projects with the university, local projects, teenagers, pregnancy among Latina population, integrating experience for master's students, and so on and on. And then I started working for UNHCR in the Washington, D.C. area focusing on refugees, on Haitian refugees along the borders, so health and education for refugees. I wanted to expand my, my horizon. I wanted to actually work in international health. I went to an organization called MSH in the US and talked to someone, wonderful person there. And that person asked me if I knew Dr. Kamarogo at the World Bank. And I said, no, I don't know him. And that person said, well, you should go talk to Dr. Kamarogo. You should call him. Here's his number. And I said, well, okay, thank you very much. How am I going to call someone I've never met? I don't know, quite frankly. And at that point, someone like me had a different perception of the World Bank. People working at the World Bank are usually, sorry to say this, at least the perception was that it was uptight people, ties, that would actually ask you to have appointments set 5 months before you come to meet them, and so on and on. Long story short, I did call. I took my courage and called Dr. Rogo, and he said, why don't you come meet me? I said, okay, where? He said, at the bank. Okay. Took my best suit, best tie, walked to the bank, and that day, frankly, let me just say this, I'm not sure he remembered that until quite recently, but that day, he welcomed me as if he had known me forever, his whole life, with warmth, with kindness, with respect and consideration. Had I been a Kenyan or his own brother, he wouldn't have done anything better than that. So he listened to me. What are you looking for? What do you want? My brother sat and we talked again like if he had known me forever. I said exactly what I wanted. And he said on the spot, listen, we have a big concern in the world right now, and maybe you could be part of that. I would like you to help with a piece of that. I said, what is it? We would like to look at the impact of education on HIV/AIDS and vice versa, the impact of HIV/AIDS on education in a high prevalence country and in a low prevalence country. The high prevalence country then was Botswana, and the low prevalence country was Burkina Faso in West Africa. So he left me with that. Went, did what I had to do, came back to debrief him, and started talking. After a few minutes, he started doing something else and I got annoyed. But what he was doing was actually calling other colleagues. He called other colleagues around the table and said, colleagues, I'm listening to something here. I think you are also to hear this. So I'm not the only one hearing what this young man is about to say here. So they all heard what I had to say. I left, and then he called me and said, look, we're putting a mission together to go to Guinea. I would like you to be part of that. If I go on, the story will be too long. Let me just stop there. And just me, for 25 years, I had not seen him until today in this room. It's today that I saw him. So when the captain was asking if you have seen someone here today that you had not seen for more than 20 years, clap, I clapped. I was the first one to clap. So that's Dr. Rogo. Thank you for what you did 25 years ago for me. And yeah, that took me really, really far. I had the opportunity to do many, many things after that, including being Minister of Health, so Waziri of Health in my own country of origin, and leading one of the biggest institutions. I'm enrolled back in malaria under the US, the global organization under the UN, in charge of fight against malaria and so on and on. So once again, thank you. Again, going back to the class, I think, I don't know the others, unfortunately. You are the person that I know, but I'm sure you represented that class very well. Your global reputation precedes you. You have greatly contributed to improving health worldwide, because I witnessed that and I was part of that. So congratulations to you, to your teachers, to your family, and to every person who had a shoulder to that wheel that actually made you all who you are. So really great. Allow me please to go back to some more formal points because I am also WHO. I do have to mention a few things. Because today, as we look back to the year 1973, when you were all admitted at the University of Nairobi School of Medicine, we thank God for the far you've come in this profession. This profession demands a lifelong commitment to learning and adapting to new advancements, ensuring that we provide the best possible care to our patients. The medical profession stands as a beacon of hope and healing, embodying the highest ideals of service, dedication, and excellence, as we heard in this room here today. The class of 1978 has witnessed and contributed to remarkable advancements in the field of medicine. The World Health Organization recognizes and respects the vital role of medical professionals in improving global health outcomes. It is a calling that challenges us to continuously strive for excellence, uphold ethical standards, and make a meaningful impact on the lives of individuals and communities that we serve, ladies and gentlemen. WHO has undertaken numerous initiatives to support and recognize the medical profession. WHO has developed the Global Health Workforce Network, which brings together stakeholders to address health workforce challenges and promotes best practices. We have also implemented the Global Strategy on Human Resources for Health, Workforce 2030, aimed at strengthening health systems by ensuring a well-trained and adequately supported health workforce. Additionally, WHO has provided guidance on health practitioner regulation and supported the mental health and well-being of healthcare workers. These efforts underscore WHO's commitment to enhancing the quality and sustainability of the medical profession globally. Back here at home in Kenya, over the past few years, WHO has been instrumental in providing technical and financial support in strengthening health workforce to achieve UHC in Kenya. At present, WHO is leading the support to the Ministry of Health in the development of the health workforce policy and the development of the health workforce strategic plan. Class of 1978, your journey, I believe, has not been without its struggles. I congratulate you all who, through these struggles, have grown stronger and more resilient. Each obstacle you have overcome has shaped you into the professionals that you are today. Today, we celebrate not only our individual achievements, but also your collective impact on the medical community. You have made significant contributions to patient care, medical research, and education. This class has produced leaders, innovators, and mentors who have inspired existing and next generations of medical professionals in Kenya and in the sub-region. As we celebrate this milestone, let us also look to the future with the hope and determination. The field of medicine continues to evolve, and we must remain committed to advancing our knowledge and skills. We've heard the great professor just talk about the use of artificial intelligence in what we do. So we encourage you to support each other and the generations that follow, ensuring that the legacy of the class of 1978 endures for many years to come. In closing, I want to express my deepest appreciation to each and every one of you. Your dedication, hard work, and unwavering commitment to excellence have made this journey truly remarkable. May your legacy continue to inspire and make a difference in the world of medicine. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. We are going to go through some sessions here and ask Otoyo to take over. One of them is going to be this. You know what this is? This is ugali. That will be one, and the next one after that will be the books. So, Dr. Silverstein, you can't leave here without a book. So unless there is a catheterization going on, you may want to keep your book, okay? And ugali too. So we are asking our most distinguished ladies in my class. Before you're leaving now?
Yeah, just it's,
okay.
You know, you get to be my age.
This is the book.
Thank you very much.
It has the stories of each one of us in it. We put it together, and we hope that others will learn from us. We've made mistakes, but we don't regret it.
We all have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Dr. Jane Wakahe, Dr. Mjomba, Mary, Dr. Julianne, please join us here in this effort. And if the people who know how these things are done can help us, then we'd be most grateful. These are the three ladies who have joined us here. We do have Dr. Celestine Okello, who passed on. We have Dr. Guchu, who passed on. We have, I think you know them all, and then go ahead.
Yeah. Catherine Choba also passed on. That's it, isn't it? Yeah. It's Choba, Catherine, Guchu, and Celestine. Yeah.
Then we had the dean. She was coming.
They are not here. They are alive and well, but not here.
Not here.
Yes. So we represent a class of 12 girls. 4 have rested. So we are, that leaves us what? 8. So we are 3 out of the 8. Yes. Tutawapatia ugali. Ni nani ataiba atekata keki? Julian here is very shy. I'm the shyest of them all, although I'm talking. This is Julian. We used to know her as Karekesi, but she's now Bonye. Yes. A very, very senior gynecologist in which part of the world?
In Uganda.
In Uganda. This is Mary Mujoba, pediatrician. Where?
Retired.
Pediatrician retired at the coast. I'm Jane Wakahe. In medical school, I was Jane Wajohi. I'm still Jane Wajohi. That one never goes. Semi-retired. So we are looking for a knife. No, this is, I think Julian is the femalest of them all. So Julian who cut the cake, I'll do the talking. Julian and Mary cut the cake. Who is singing? Me, I have a voice of a frog, so somebody sing. But it doesn't sing, it just croaks. Sing otherwise ugali haitakuja.
Celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. There's a party going on right here. A celebration for the last of life year. So bring your good times. You love tattoo. We gonna celebrate. Come and join us. Come on.
Hello.
Hello. Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
Hello? Can I please ask all the celebrants, the graduates of class of 78 to join us, please? Yes? Can you all come up here?
As they come, as they come.
Sing along. And celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to the last throughout the year. So bring your good times and your love tattoo. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on, celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebration. We gonna celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world. Come on!
Come on!
It's all celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on! Let's celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on! There's a party going on right here. After your Christmas, it's not too late the year. So bring your good times and your dark times too. We gon' celebrate your party with you. Come on now, celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Yeah, yeah. Celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world. Come on!
Hey!
Celebrate good times. Come on! Let's celebrate. Come on now. Celebrate good times. Come on. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate.
Yes.
It's alright.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was music of our time. Thank you, yeah, we thank you very much. This is a representation of what was 78 of us as we graduated. I think we've been already informed that 25 of us have gone on to be with the Lord. They have rested. The others who are not here just couldn't make it. I think you have heard how we were a cohesive class. Professor Ojuang, thank you. He was one of our great teachers. Thank you very much, all of them. So we want to say thank you. And we, as a class, we want to say thank you to the organizers, our organizers, because as a class, we suffer from something called lethargy. And we needed a few people to really push. You know, we are old and we are like rocks. And we had to be pushed and we had to be pushed. And so to those of us who pushed us, thank you and kudos so much. We are loving it. So we shall cut the cake. And tell Kama, thank you, and tell Kuresh, thank you, tell Muigai, thank you, and actually all of us. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Who is cutting the cake?
Oh, we did cut.
Cut a cake. Cut. Okay. Where are the plates? Ziko wapi sahani? Haya.
Hiyo ni keki sio ugali.
Kata.
Hiyo ni keki sio ugali. Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki. Kata keki. Kata keki sio. Hiyo ni 50th anniversary. He only 50th anniversary. He only 50th anniversary. He only 50th anniversary. That's a cake. That's a cake. That's a cake. That's a
We are missing. Look at this. Look at this.
We wanted this to be completely done. Yeah, all right. We want this to be completely done so that we go to the book launch officially. Without interruption. So we be done with this. We dispense with this. Tuko kwa mikono yenu bado.
Red roses too. I see them blue for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Eyes the sky, the blue, cloud white, bright shiny day, and dark summer night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, pretty in the sky, and all on the face. People going by, I shaking hands, hey, how do you do? Then when they say that I love you, hear babies cry. I want to grow. They're more that I'll never know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, and also on the face of people going by. Eyes foreign checking, say, how do you do? They will say, I love you. You babies cry. I want to grow, they'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
All right, class of 78, let's wind up so that we can take our seats and do one last bit, and that's the book launch. The class of 78, let's kindly wrap up in 5 minutes so that we can, let's please wrap up so that we can do the book launch. 2 more songs, and then we do the book launch. Yes, 2 more songs, and then we do the book launch. Class of 78, please wrap up. Kindly wrap up. Take your seats so that we can do one last thing, and that is the book launch, and allow us to leave. We are an hour past our time. 2 more numbers, and then only 2 songs, please. That's 8 minutes maximum. Fool's rushing is also another thing. End with Gabla. Gabla will leave us on a high. Both are
take my whole but I can't falling in love with my own hand. 'Cause I can't help falling in love with you. On a warm summer's day, on a trading mountain away, when we together, we put tirelessly. So turn a stare out the window at the darkness, but I'm over to kiss, and it began to speak. You say, son, I'm living my life, reading people's faces, and knowing about the cuts well, but me and they under eye. You know my mistake, I can go out of faces, or a taste of your whiskey. I'll give you some advice, so I handed you my bottle. It took them when I swallowed, and then you burned the cigarette, and you asked me for a line. And somewhere in the darkness, the gambler people even, and it's fine birds of the mountain, you got to know when to hold, know when to hold, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you see me out the table. You can tell me the
Aha.
when the deal
Doctors, for real doctors. Hata hiyo wimbo ya Gambler hamjui? Hata Gambler hamjui? Okay, which songs do doctors know? Okay, old doctors, which song do you know? Coward Man of the County? Coward Man of the County? Munaweza mkaimba gani? At least just one song that you can sing along. Bado mapambano. Which? We can sing Jambo, Jambo Bwana, Habari Gani, Wageni, Kenya Yetu. That one you can sing. Just one song that you can sing along. Just one that you can sing along, and then we wrap up in style. Just one song. We do Jambo Bwana? Tufanye Jambo Bwana. Doctors, please sing along. Just this one. Just this one.
Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, ukaribisha.
Doctors, Daktari.
Hakuna matata. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, wakaribisha. Kenya nzuri, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata. Nchi ya daktari, hakuna matata. Nchi ya Otoyo, hakuna matata. Otoyo wake na Susan, hakuna matata. Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, wakaribisha. Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Kenya nchi nzuri.
Hakuna matata. Nchi ya class 38, hakuna matata.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Asante sana. I think music has no relation with doctors. It's a talent. We will let you be. Doctors, let's please take our seats now. Madaktari, naomba tafadhali tuchukue viti vyetu. Let's please take our seats now, kindly. Let's please have our seats now. Let's kindly take our seats for this last one, kindly. Asante. Asante sana. The WHO director has left. I thank God that Dr. Rogo took care of that, because when I was looking at my notes, I was about to introduce him as a who. So I was wanted to ask, the next speaker is from who? Is who? Kumbe it was WHO. Ningechoma sana. All right, before Dr. Richard takes us to the last part of your luncheon, you know that in the 50 years, you've lost a few heads along the way. Your true friends, your classmates, some of you were dorm mates, some of you might have been bedmates. Did you have that thing in your time of someone nalala juu mwingine chini, ama madaktari yenyu ilikuwa special? Special. Kila mtu alikuwa na room yake na 6x6 bed. Shaitan. All right. So I want us all to be on our feet for just 1 minute as we remember the friends that fell along the way. They would have been with us today, but hawako. Even in absentia, we'll remember them. We'll celebrate them. We'll hold their memories right in our hearts. Those who know them and those who do not know them are all in this with us. We have a million songs to play, but we chose this one. If you know it, you can sing it in low tone for just 1 minute, and then we take our seats we go to the next and last item for the day. This is a 1 minute of silence, 1 minute tribute to the fallen heroes, to the fallen doctors, to the fallen young souls. They'll be with us today. And teachers, we have profs along the way hapo ndani. Lakini watabakia engraved deep inside our hearts. This is from us to them. May their souls rest in eternal peace. 1 minute, please. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Wasafiri salama. Wasalimu Maulana. Tutaonana baadaye. Thank you so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. After this session that we're going to have, that is the book launch. After that session, we are going to have a photo session for the class of 98. Just one more photo for our sitting rooms. So, for class of 78, hey, I am class of 98, so I think you'll understand, yeah? In my generation, I told you I'm the old one. So, after this particular event, we're going to have that photo session. Please do not miss it. Kindly, do not miss it. Everyone will leave here with a book. Those of you who are not from the class of 98, if you get a copy, please look for Dr. Richard, look for Professor Rogo, look for Prof. Adam, look for all of them. At least sign your copy. It is an autographed book. It will mean so much to you when you finally have it someday hapo mbeleni. Sawa sawa? Good. Right now, I want So right now, I want to invite a gentleman who will take us through this last bit together with a few friends, a few colleagues that he'll invite. He is not only a seasoned doctor, but also anatibu ujinga. Apart from kutibu wagonjwa, he has one of the best running schools in this country right now. It's called Juja Preparatory Junior and Senior School. Started way back. I knew him just the other day when we were putting this together with Dr. Kureshi. Dr. Kureshi, ukimwona, sijui kama bado yuko. Is that? Yes, Dr. Kureshi. Hey, umevalia nguo ya Christmas. Christmas unapanga kutembea uchi? Mnamwona vile, please stand, Dr. Kureshi. We saw his old photos when you guys were in the University of Nairobi. Did you watch a program called Ramayan? Did you watch Ramayan? Yani mmekuwa na shida maisha yenu yote? TV mmeona? He looked like Ram of Ramayan in his old photos with his Indian afro, you know? It's so beautiful. So we got to spend time together when putting this event together, and that's when I learned stuff about the gentleman, and it's interesting. He runs a beautiful institution in Juja. You could take your young ones, not yours, young ones wa huko nyuma, wajukuu na vitukuu, to the place. Inafunza both Roko and international. Ukisha kuwa Roko, inakuwa ni international the next one. Sawa, let's appreciate Dr. Richard. Tafadhali.
Thank you, Captain. I'll be very brief in respect of time. Yes, we did put this book together, and it took me back to many years when I met Kamarogo, my very good friend, because those many years we met at Lenana, we have been speaking about nothing but leaving a legacy or making our country a better place to live. And anytime I sit down with him, we have no any other thing that we discuss other than leaving a legacy and having a beautiful country to live in. So this book somehow is a result of that talk, exchange, plus our perfectionist called Dr. Kureshi. The idea came, and however it came, they know. And I also did put it in the platform of how the idea came. And when the idea came, it was embraced by many people. They did not write back. But the good thing is that we had a crusader called Kamarogo. He called almost everybody in our class, walking and non-walking, and even those who said they were not feeling well, he would wake up and tell them, write something, because we wanted to leave a legacy of class of 78. And here is a book which we have labored on, calling everybody to write about their stories. And there is a book, a beautiful book. That it looks the way it looks is because of Kureshi. He did not entertain any mistake, any curves. There is a certain millimeter of writing which has to come from this direction to this direction. I didn't know, he knew about it. So that book is that way because of Kureshi. That book has got all those pages because of Kamarogo, calling everybody to contribute. Even as late as Thursday night, he was calling somebody whom we felt should not be left behind. And his contribution is there. Professor Ongeri, we have taken your challenge. This is a class that has proved to take challenges and perform, and this is an example. So we are going to write a book. I call upon my classmates, upon all those who want to leave a legacy in this country, from my class, to come forward, and we crusade a la Kama to see that we have a book as challenged by Professor Ongeri. As I said, we keep on dreaming, and there's this idea which my good friend Rogo has just suggested, that the old library at the Kenyatta, it needs a data library, e-library. And we are envisioning a stage where we'll put at least 1 or 2 floors on that building. We have done a bit of contacting. We have shared ideas. And please, my class of 78, if we have done this today, there's nothing that we cannot do. Let's do a bigger thing that will make our class be remembered a century from now. We have to build that library. We can do it. With that, I'll just invite my teacher with his wife to come and launch this book. And thereafter, I'll request the ladies in our class to give a copy to each one of our teachers. So, Karakezi and your group, you pick, I think, several books, and you give to our teachers. They don't have to come here. Oh, and may I request all our teachers to sign the front page of the inner part of the front cover for any one of us students who would like to remember this, the signature of Professor Ongeri, the signature of each one of us, Lumba and all the others. So please don't leave before you sign our book. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, just come down with me. Yeah, we do it there. Okay, okay, then bring them. Yeah, yeah, it's a long way. A long way.
Thank you, my good doctor, friend. I can assure you I'm not a lecturer, so I'm not going to be boring like the lecturers. And as Dr. Njega said clearly, knows clearly that my speeches are interesting, so you don't have to be worried. Thank you for inviting me. I knew you were clever, but I didn't know you're so clever enough to know who matters, so can invite them. Unlike those who have spoken, your lecturers, they knew about their class. Me, I knew you as medical student. I didn't know who was in what class, because I was not a full-time lecturer in the university, because I was just a special fellow who was specially requested to be lecturing. So I was lecturing to everybody, and everybody seems to have needed me very much so. Makofi kwangu. So let me take this opportunity to thank you very much for your effort. And I think you chose the right field to launch the book, because I think it is me, and I think there are now 4 doctors here who have written the autobiography. I know Professor Marty, Professor Tairo, Dr. Silverstein just left, and of course yours faithfully, me. And on top of that, I've gone an extra mile and edited a book of 50 years of medical practice in Kenya. It's available on Amazon online. How many of you have seen it? Oh, I'm glad there are a few educated people around. So please, you are highly advised to have a look at it. But let me congratulate you for this. Professor Ngeri, you didn't realize some of us already written the books, but encourage these young people. They're very brilliant, a lot. Actually, I agree with you. I didn't know they're so brilliant, but now I realize they are. And I congratulate you. This is indeed my great pleasure. And my good wife, I think she'd like to say something before we go and move on. Normally, I do a lot of talking.
Good evening. I think it's evening now. You know the way doctors are. If you have associated with a doctor for 53 years, what do you expect? Just last week, we marked our 53rd wedding anniversary. Otherwise, a lawyer by training, a judge by designation. And congratulations, the class of 78, some are saying 98. And yet we are. So congratulations and thank you for inviting us. Thank you very much.
So may I call Madame to cut the first ribbon of these books, launching, and then Dr. will follow. And as I requested, may I have our lady colleagues come and take the books and give to our teachers, please. Yeah.
Or do you want to see being cut? Shall I?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next time we'll have a sharper.
Thank you. So, Mwalimu wetu,
Cut the next one. Here comes the big boss coming now. For God so loved doctors, but he created me so that you can have the advantage. Thank you very much.
So the rest of the books are for sale at 6,500 shillings. Most of them have been already booked. There are not many copies remaining from the information we are getting. So if you have not bought one, please do so because the reprint will be more than the 6,500. So, thank you very much. Nancy KMA, uko wapi? Nancy, please come and collect the money and all that. She's coming. Yeah, okay. That's all. May I, at this juncture, call Dr. Quresh to give a vote of thanks, and thereafter I say we go for our photo session.
Thank you very much. It's been a very pleasant
very fruitful, very enjoyable evening, afternoon. Before I proceed with the vote of thanks, there are two individuals that I would like to ask to make very brief comments. One is the chairman the dean, rather, of the University of Nairobi, and Dr. Lumba on behalf of the faculty. Very brief comments so that we can wrap it all up. And as I do that, and Professor Mulimba. As I do that, I would just like to respond to Professor Ongeri's challenge. Professor Ongeri, where are you? Yeah, Professor Ongeri, you have challenged us to write books. I have with me a book that I have been editor of. It is on the World Federation of Neurosurgeons' Guide for Neuroendoscopy. So this is for the world, young neurosurgeons of the world, that we have written a book to guide them on the latest technology of introducing endoscopes, cameras into the brain and operating with them. So testimony to the class of 1978. Banadine? Or age before beauty?
Thank you very much. I would like to also say that I'm really, truly honored to have shared this luncheon with the class of 1978, which occasion was celebrating 50 years since joining medical school of the University of Nairobi. And I'm also truly delighted that they began the day by planting trees at the medical school. Let's appreciate them. And that really truly marks, because we've been talking about legacy, it marks really that we are going to remember what you've done. At the medical school, we have grown. We've had a trajectory of growth for many years. It's been talked, I know, the dean, when you were graduating, that is Professor Thairo, read out 77 names. Those 77 names are engraved in the University of Nairobi. And those names will be remembered for posterity. We have been growing. Professor Thairo said that they had had, at his time, 13 specializations. We are at 60 specializations now at the University of Nairobi in the medical school. And some of the challenges you've talked about, we still have them. Right now, we are trying to establish new centers. For example, we are having, right now, establishing a fertility clinic. And many people are saying, why do you need a fertility clinic? Look at the population of Kenya. It's still a highly fertile population. But we are going to establish it. There are specializations where people are questioning why we are having them. You talked about radiology. We are now having fellowship in interventional radiology. It has come when other people are saying you can't have this. We are expanding in other areas. So we are growing, and we are very appreciative of this group, and we are encouraged and inspired. I know we came also with students, some students leaders who are here, who have witnessed this occasion, and we assure you that we will remember you at the University of Nairobi. We are happy that you are talking about constructing the library, adding 2 floors. We will work with you. The new Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Vaikoyan, has also made medical school and the Faculty of Health Sciences one of the areas of his focus. Is planning and expanding it so that we expand our intake and also expand, have new centers of training based on the new realities that we have. So we'd like to thank you, and we will work with you. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I stand before you
as your ancestor, one who's walking and talking. The biggest accolade a father can reach is when people refer to him as the father of so-and-so. So today, the biggest honor you've given us is by calling us your teachers, not saying you were our students. So I thank you for giving us that honor. It's been a long time since you entered medical school in 1974. 73, sorry. I won't talk much about your journey, but I'll talk something about the teachers. I remember when I joined as a lecturer, the first thing late Professor Weber told me, Mohan, the best way to learn is to teach. So that's what I would say. Though you graduated, you've done everything, remember, teaching and learning is a lifelong process. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of very senior members. Professor Marty, he's already spoken. Professor Thairu. Professor Thairu's contribution to the medical school, you all don't know. When he was dean and the medical school was being built, his contribution is tremendous. Professor Ongeri has not only been a pediatrician, a nephrologist, a politician. He has been my mentor. When I joined as a lecturer, Sam was the one who walked me down the corridors to Ward 2 of King Henry, it was known then as King George VIII Hospital, 5th hospital. So I can't forget that date. Besides that, like Sam said, he qualified from India. There have been many of your teachers who qualified from India, like Dr. Okello, Dr. Peter Odhiambo, the first thoracic surgeon. I don't know how many of you remember the King George V Medical Hospital. Anyway, that's where we taught you all. And that's the time, if you will remember, there was no medical practitioners at dentist board. So much so, I'd like to point out, as a pediatrician, there was no pediatrician outside Nairobi. I doubt there was any other specialists outside Nairobi. And Sam Ongeri and myself, we used to go around the country looking at SID babies. On a lighter note, Kamarogo said that you all have reached heights. A teacher asked a student, what would you like to be when you grow up? A 5, 6-year-old. He said, I want to be a billionaire. I want to have a house in the hills, a house by the beach. I want to have a yacht. I want to have an aeroplane. And I want to be as rich can be. Like you had girls in your class, he asked the girl sitting next to him, Mary, what would you like to be? And do you know what was Mary's reply? She said, I would want to be John's wife. So that's what is ambition. Further, people are still laughing. Further, I would like to acknowledge the presence of my good friend, Joe Aluach. He is responsible for making Kenya breathe better. Joe has achieved heights which very few of us had. And I think so it's very good that Joe was called to the thing. Someone once asked, who's a good doctor? I said, anyone who's qualified for medical school is a good doctor. But I said, I can't tell you another story, but I can tell you a story about a lawyer. With apologies to your Lord. Who is a good doctor? Who's a good lawyer? I said a good lawyer, the person said a good lawyer is one who knows the judge. Who said, who's the best lawyer? He said, to be the best lawyer, you don't only have to know the judge. To be the best lawyer, you have to know the judge's mistress. So that's what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen. To be a good doctor, you have to be not only a specialist in medicine, but you have to also be a subspecialist. With these few words, on behalf of your ancestors, the people who taught you to listen to the heart, it's my proud privilege to post a toast to all of you all for your great achievements, your accolades, and you have made all your teachers proud. God bless the class of 1978.
With that, we'll ask Professor Mulimba to come and share his wisdom with us. Professor Mulimba.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctors and doctors of 78. I would like to thank you very much for having actually given me an opportunity to attend such an auspicious occasion. In fact, I had some other commitments, but you have got a very dedicated, is it a chairman or a prefect called Rogo? So he called me, and now I felt that I have to come. I don't want to let such a prominent person down. When I remember Rogo, I always think of Sagam. You know where Sagam is? Okay. If you don't know, that's what I always remember. And of that class, the person I always remembered most of that class of 78 is Wanjohi. You know Wanjohi? That is Dr. Wakahe. Because Dr. Wakahe was always a very relaxed student, yeah, never in a hurry, and was always very interesting to watch. So I always remember her. Even when she became Wakahe, I always remembered her as Wanjohi. And I'm glad to meet you again under these circumstances of class of 78. Now, as they say in my place where I come from, if the firstborn kills the mother, then you will not be born, isn't it? And I am one of the firstborns of the University of Nairobi Medical School. We were the first lot that were told not to go to Makerere, or even if you applied in Makerere, your things were changed and you came to Nairobi. And when we came to Nairobi, our class was only 45 students. And then we got a few repeaters who joined us. You know, there were always receipts and repeats, whatever. So we got a few of those who joined us, but otherwise we were only 45. But the interesting thing is that less than half of our class were Africans. The majority, as somebody has said, I think it was Tula Bauri, were of Asian origin, because their schools were that much better than ours at that particular time. And so we were always in a minority. But when it came to girls, it was even worse. We had only 5 girls. Yeah, and more than half of those girls were Indians or Asians, whatever you call. So they were very, very few. So things have improved quite a lot. These days, when you go to a medical school, more than half the class are ladies. Yeah, the boys. In fact, now the boys are the minority. Anyway, without boring you, I would like to thank you very much. I remember my teachers. Among my teachers here were Professor Dairu, Professor Ongeri. And Ongeri, we were always amused about his whatever. When he came to give us a pediatric lecture, he would talk for about an hour. And then he says that with those few introductory remarks, and now we start worrying. If he has only been introducing for the last 1 hour, where are we going to be the next? Yeah, but he used to take us that much, and we get worried. But somehow we survived. We survived those. So it is nice again meeting those lecturers. And Tula Bauri, of course, was Miss Shah when I came to this medical school. And she's the one who gave us introduction to immunology, and things have changed. But one thing that actually I would like to say before I go is that there are certain things which have been said here which are very interesting and are quite true. When I came from Britain after my postgraduate training in orthopedics, I joined the ASEA, which is Association of Surgeons of East Africa. And when I was there, we had a few expatriates who are actually leading this organization. And one of the things they were telling us is that we want to train a district doctor. And do you know what a district doctor was? Was a district doctor was a district surgeon, not a district doctor. A district surgeon was a surgeon who was inferior to a proper surgeon, but could actually perform some minor operations which would keep them in the district, so that they don't leave the district and go elsewhere. And so a few of us who are actually the indigenous people were so infuriated with this. And we said, no, no, no. We either train surgeons or we don't train surgeons at all. But to train somebody called a district surgeon so that he can actually not leave the district and go elsewhere. And theirs was that this district surgeon will want, if you don't train a district surgeon, they will want to go to Britain, they will want to leave the Africa. So we say, no, you either train a surgeon or you don't train a surgeon. And then came the time when we were to start MMed. MMed, there was a lot of opposition. How we can actually have an MMed training for, or rather a specialized surgical training. And some of the people who actually opposed this, and I will not mention any names, were actually our own African doctors. Some of them were really opposed to this, and I'm glad that actually there was a Professor Dahl who went to Australia, I think, who actually put down his foot and said, no, we have to have some specialized training in various specialties. And that's actually how MMed came to be started. Otherwise, there was a lot of resistance, especially from expatriates and some of our own indigenous doctors, which was a bit sad. But I'm glad that actually we overcame, and now we have got the specialists that we have. But I'm very glad the class of 78, although I was worried at first when I had the 50th anniversary, I was saying, no, the people should be having 50th anniversary are myself and my group. But then I learned that actually the 50 starts from the time you entered the medical school. Otherwise, you would be 46, not 50. But anyway, as I was saying, I'm very glad quite a number of you have actually excelled and done a very good job for the medical fraternity in this country. Among them, of course, I remember Hamarogo. You have been very, very vocal and very, very progressive. We have had people like Kuresh. Kuresh, you know, in his neurosurgery, he has actually promoted even the Neurosurgical Society and has been head of it and really introduced a lot of the surgical training that we have, together with the numero de Mwangombe, the one that we have today. Dr. Jani, Professor Jani, who is not here, was instrumental in actually bringing the COSEXA forward, and actually did quite a good job with the international community to develop the COSEXA further. And COSEXA was actually the forerunner for all the medical colleges that we have and we will have in this particular place for training specialists in their various fields. Thank you very much for listening to me. I would have bored you with longer stories, but since it is the end of the day and you are tired, I stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I go on to a vote of thanks, Professor Mulimba has reminded me why the East, Central, and Southern African Neurosurgical Training Program has been recognized by the World Federation as a reference training site. The reason for this is that when Professor Mulimba was president of COSEXA, there were two groups that were debating as to the kind of neurosurgeons Africa needs. One of them, as Professor Mulimba will recall, was equating the same issue of district surgeon with a district neurosurgeon. And we had the gentleman from the United States arguing very strongly in the presence of Professor Mulimba, who was the president of COSEXA, that what we needed in Africa was the district neurosurgeon. Teach him how to do a shunt, remove a hematoma, repair a spina bifida, and Africa will prosper. I, on the other hand, was on the opposing side, and we insisted that either there will be international level training in neurosurgery or none at all. We had a very lively debate at Nairobi Hospital, and Professor Mulimba was the president at the time. We gave our arguments, we left, and the council met, and thank you very much, Professor. The council decided that we were going to have a neurosurgical training program of the East, Central, and Southern African region. We developed the curriculum. Today it is run by COSEXA, and we are privileged to be recognized amongst the 3 top neurosurgical training centers in Africa, and we've been equated with many across the world. So thank you very much for that, putting your foot down on that day and ensuring that proper training is the way to go forward. So that brings me to my pleasant duty to give a vote of thanks. The first vote of thanks goes to all those participants who really responded to our clarion call to this Golden Jubilee. And they all contributed ideas, they contributed their funds, and really it was because of those people that we were able to hold this function. The book outlines and acknowledges each one of them. I will not read it out, but I will read out those whose names are outside the participants, and that is Kemri, we have Star Hospital Kisumu, we have Chiroma Hospital, we have Lutaf Kasamali and the Friends of Qureshi, we have Krishna Pharmacy Limited, Farm Access, Avenue Hospital, the Center for Study of Adolescents, we have the Kenya Medical and Dentist Practitioners Council, Family Bank, we have the Juja Preparatory and Senior School, we have the Kisumu Medical and Education Trust, we have the Real Useful Travel and Marketing Company. As you have seen the efforts of Susan and her team, really all this was being put together The hall was empty when we visited with Kama here at 8 o'clock, and you can see the transformation, and really a job very well done, Susan and team. Thank you very much. We would like to acknowledge the contribution of Paul Arogo, because it was Paul Arogo who introduced us to Otieno and Lokot, who within, really, we were, Richard and I were just meeting with him in a place not far from here, just about 4 weeks ago. And within a matter of 4 weeks, with Rogo's persistence and ringing, and we got all our colleagues to send us their manuscripts, their photographs. We were refusing some, they were sending us better formatted photographs, and all that, Paula, because you introduced us to the right person. Thank you so much. We have the Kenya Aerotech Limited. We would like to thank our forester, Alfred Odhiambo, who started us off this morning by planting 25 fruit trees in memory of our departed colleagues at the halls of residence at Kenyatta. And really, it was a proud moment because of the forester. He knows his plants like the back of a radiograph, as we call it. He's a radiologist, but it is absolutely a pleasure to be able to work with Alfred Odhiambo. And of course, we'd like to thank Mrs. Margaret Muigai, who has, through her own funds, offered the mugs, golden in color, engraved with the name of every class of 78. And with that, I would really like to thank all of you for gracing this occasion and making it a very, very special, special occasion. For those teachers and lecturers who gave their thoughts, their views, and their words of wisdom, we won't call them dinosaurs. I think the word ancestors is enough. So really, it's been a marvelous journey of 50 years, and really a matter of pride to stand before you and say thank you very much for all that you did to bring us to this point. Thank you. So with that, we'll have the photograph after the prayer.
After a very beautiful day for all of us who attended this celebration of class of 78, it's nice to close by asking our Creator, who has been with us all along, to be with us, those of us alive and those of us alive and the families of those of our friends who have departed, so that we can continue our life as we exist, to trust Him, to lead us to greater heights of presentation. I want us to stand and have a word of prayer, but before I do that, I want to say, what does the class 78 represent? What does it show? I think I would summarize it in this way. They work for a cause. They work for a cause, and somebody says work for a cause rather than for applause in life. Another one is they live to inspire. They live to inspire rather than to impress. In other words, you can see all these guys here. They are not the ones you hear so much on the radio or anywhere else, but they are quietly changing and touching lives wherever they are. And that's what the class, I think, stands for. And so we say, we don't want to make our presence so noticed, but we want us to be felt quietly in the way we deal with our patients, with those who come along our way within the community, in such a way that we can inspire them to make their lives better and to make ourselves happy and blessed. So I kindly ask you to stand. You know, I'm not a preacher. I don't know why they taught me to pray, but the prayer will not be as long as the preacher's. And whoever you believe is your God, we have all acknowledged is our Creator. Our national anthem says, "O God of our creation, bless this land of ours." So shall we bow as we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for giving us a country called Kenya where we belong to. We have in our national anthem the prayer, O God of all creation, bless this country and this land of Kenya. Lord, we ask you to bless our country, to give us peace, to give us a sense of unity and purpose as citizens of this country as we live here, that we can make it a country where everybody will feel included and served in a manner that gives dignity to everyone. So we thank you for the various vocations that you have given us in this country, and especially for the medical profession. We thank you for this occasion that has brought us together with our teachers and professors and all who have contributed to make us what we are. We want to thank you for each one of them, that you may bless them in the evening of their years, give them good health, and give them peace, and to enjoy their life. We want also to remember our classmates who have departed from us. We remember their families, that Lord, you may be with them, you may inspire them, you may prosper them and protect them as they live, remembering their parents who have gone, that they can see the goodness that we as their colleagues and others in this country have accorded unto them and blessed them. Now we want to pray for the others, for us who are alive and active. We have seen each other today after a long spell of time, each one doing our various activities. We want to thank you for the privilege you have given us to serve in our various capacities, whatever the callings each of us has taken. And we want to pray that you may bless us, bless our families, and help us to inspire them to do even greater as they serve and continue to do their jobs in the various services. Above all, Lord, we pray that you may teach us to be humble. Teach us to learn to serve others. Teach us to be able not to be swallowed by what we see in the world, greed, corruption, looking into our own and what do I get in it? But give us the spirit to ask, what can I do to make my country better? What can I do to improve the life of my patients? What can I do for others? May this be the spirit or passion from us as we leave this hall. And we thank you for this place where we have gathered. We can ask you to continue to bless this hotel. We have enjoyed the services of this hotel today and all they have done for us, and we ask you to prosper it. May your grace be sufficient for all of us as we part this evening, for we ask these things in our dear Savior, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And let everybody say amen.
On a final note, before we do the toast, please note that the books, the legacy books, the teachers were to go into complimentary copy. However, anyone else who wishes to purchase the limited series can do so at 6,500, payable to the pay bill of Nancy. There are also these special wine bottles that were prepared for the golden anniversary.
The teachers, and then ads with the teachers.
Yep.
And then ads with the families.
So we're going to have the photographs of teachers with the class of 78, followed by the class of 78 with their families, and then the class of 78 by themselves. For those who wish to purchase the wines at a special rate, I think it's a special rate of 3,000 shillings. Please do so, because this is a very unique marked bottle of wine. So please do so. And finally, I was amiss in not mentioning Nancy of KMA, who has been working tirelessly with Susan to make this day a very special day for us.
teachers. All the teachers. Can we push it? This to my still get in the way of that.
Okay, let's have the school class of 1978. Please, let's have all of you on stage. Teachers and the spouses. Okay, teachers and their spouses. Okay.
No.
Teachers and spouses. Thank you. Oh, justice. I bring justice. Let me bring justice. Justice. Imagine. Yeah. Teachers and their spouses. Just move that seat. Move that seat. And sit down. You can also sit down. Hi. How do you see? Okay, go up there. Ma'am, can I take that bag for you, please?
Start.
Okay, is that all the teachers and their spouses? We're ready to take the photograph. Bobo, are we good? Are we good? Keegan, photography? Nancy, be at the book area. There's some people who would like to buy some books, please. Thank you. Teachers and spouses, are we ready? Please, let's take the photograph so that we do the students. The stairs here. The stairs here. Can I have you guys move to the side so that we can take the photograph? Please. If you want to take photographs, just move back a bit, please. Thank you. Where is this good? Are you ready? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can I have one or two people move to the back? Yeah. Are you also one of the spouses? That you mean the men? Yes, say. Okay. Can we sign the books after this, please, kindly? Let's sign this, okay? We want to do the photographs. So if we can please go ahead. Just go ahead and take it. It's fine. Thank you. All right, so we're doing the photograph. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. We're doing the photograph, please. Sir, we have your back turned to us. Can we move that seat away? Do you want the seat moved, sir? Let's have it moved. Are you sitting? Okay, we're taking that photograph. 1, 2, 3, please look at us. Big smiles. Class of 78, let's say class of 78. Class of 78. Thank you. Sorry? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are we good?
Yeah.
So we'll have the students join in with their teachers.
The students.
Students, please join in. And then we'll have the spouses. Put the chairs. Sir, we'd like to take the photographs so that we can finalize. Okay. Can I put one more seat here? Excuse me, sir. Okay, students, let's sit. Thank you. Class of 78, and please, class of 78, don't leave without taking your packages on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side. Thank you. Okay, we're ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Are we ready? Good. Big smiles. We're looking good. Okay. Are we ready? Sylvia, could you please move up to the side? Thank you. Sorry? You all look amazing, so big smiles. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Good, thank you very much. And can we have their spouses? Class of 78 with their spouses. Thank you. Thank you, teachers. Thank you very much. So we'll have the spouses and their wives. Will their wives sit in front and the spouses at the back, or how are we going to do this? Wamenda? Okay, the spouses that are here, the ladies can sit in front. The ladies are going to sit in front. We're going to have the ladies sit in front. Let's see how this works. Or do you want the ladies and the... Do you want to sit next to your partners? They want to sit with their husbands. Okay, claim your husbands or your wives. Oh, you're going to represent. What's your name already? Okoth. Okay, we'll have the Okoth children represent their mother or father. Okay.
I think it's another family. So I think there's some of us since just as the kids.
Okay, could we have in respect of your classmates who are represented with their children here, could we please have them join you? Yes. So we've got Okot's children, and we've got one other family. Okay, we'll do you guys first, and then we'll have the children join you. Okay, are we ready? You need a seat. Can we grab a seat? Here. Madam Margaret, please come here. You're looking lovely. Okay. We're ready to roll. Is Prof there? Yes. Okay. Madam Juliana, move in a bit. Yes, this way. Move in. Yes, this way. Yes. Yes, there we go. Thank you. Okay, Sylvia and Nancy, move a bit to the right. Sylvia and Nancy, move a bit to the right. You're in the picture. Thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You're looking lovely. Can I have you move forward a bit? You two next to Dr. Qureshi. There you go. Okay. Can I have you scoot in a bit, sir? Okay. We're good. Looking good. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. Cheers. Yeah. Really nice. Beautiful photo. I'll have the children of the deceased now join in, please. Would you like to join in? Please, madam, just remain there and the children of the deceased will join in. Thank you very much for joining in. Okay. With great respect to your father. Thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's a wrap. Please take your bags on the right, on the left. Thank you. Have a good evening. I think there's a general assembly for the class of 78 that's supposed to happen. Maybe you'll do it very briefly, but please, if you can move to the next room on the left. Class of 78, if you can please move for the General Assembly to the left. A networking, a meeting, conversation. Don't. And you look really good. Thank you very much, everybody.